Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High, man. Another TNT, another Thursday night thunder. Here with my brother Yahweh.
Shalom.
Soldier Israel.
Shalom.
Gonna wait for some more brothers and sisters to join in. I see my brother Shaquat is up in the chat. Hey, the water for the support, Shaquat, man. You always there, bro. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's coming on the show or just giving input, giving the current events, we appreciate you, bro. But yeah, but how y'all week been going so far?
Oh, like I told him.
Like I was saying, enduring. All this craziness and, looking at just wondering what's going to happen next. That's really all it is for me right now, just enduring. But all praise to the Most High because he always takes care of me.
Yeah, I know that's right, man. Way, bro. He make a way.
He sure do. I'm talking about when you be wore out, tired, down and out, whatever. You put all your faith in him, man. He come through. I ain't lying, because he done came through so many times for me. I be on jobs and I be like, sometimes it'll be something I'm trying to fix, something that somebody else messed up. And I be like, dang, I don't know how I'm finna fix it. And I'll sit there for a minute. And Most High just give it to me. And I'll be like, dang, that's what's up. All praises.
Hey, you ever get frustrated? You ever get real frustrated and you be ready to quit? And then like all of a sudden something happens and it's just like, damn, where did that come from? Everything just works itself out. Well, the Most High works it out.
Come.
Before coming to the knowledge of this truth, man, I used to get frustrated all the time off of things, man. Aggravated. Off of people, situations, things you just can't get yourself out of. You know what I'm saying? Man, you ever sit in a prison cell, man, not knowing if you can get bail? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? You ever sit there and wonder where your next meal gonna come from?
How you go high gas to get to where you need to go?
Exactly. I don't know how I'm making it to work today.
Right.
And then out the blue, you might make it there with the light on, and somebody you make some money at work. You know what I'm saying? And get you right to that gas station to get you back. And then you got the weekend. You know what I'm saying? So you can push through until you gotta go back to work again. Hey, the Most High makes a way, man.
He sure do.
All praises.
All praises.
Hey, Shalom family, Shalom. We just fellowshipping right now, letting people come in and fill up. Shalom, Sierra, Shalom, Dontre, Shalom, Malak, Shalom, King. Don't tase, it's Hebrew. Shalom, the water for the support, man. The water for always showing that love, man, joining us. I appreciate that, bro. My brother Araya, my brother, Shalom. That was a great Bible study we did last night, man. I appreciate you too, man. Was it Chazadiah? Chazadiah? Shalaki, if I'm saying your name wrong. Shalom.
And hit those like buttons when you come in.
That's right. Hit the like button when you come in. When you come in the building, hit that like button. All right, we getting ready to get it started. we wanna get right into it because we got some things we want to do. Towards the end of today's show, we're gonna get into a lesson, and I think the brother got a good one for y'all, man. But my brother Aharon, let's start it over.
Brother Yehowdah.
Brother Israel.
Hey, and this is TNT, Thursday Night Thunder. All right, we come to you to bring you the current events of what's going on in the world. Try to tie it up and bring it all together with Bible prophecy, tied up to the scriptures. We want to talk about the things that's happening, and we want to talk about what the Most High said. We always want to bring His word out. You know what I'm saying? Brothers in the chat, sisters in the chat, y'all got precepts. If y'all want to talk about your experiences on a certain situation, hey, bring it out. You know what I'm saying? We want to talk to you. Today, the lesson is going to be brought out by one of our newest soldiers, Brother Israel. And he got a good one for you. It's called The Two Greatest Commandments in Nation Building. We got a couple other brothers that's going to come on the show, a couple of elders in our camp. There's going to, captains of our camp who's going to come on the show. Matter of fact, here's one right here. Adawan Yakum Yah. Shalom, Adawan.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakatah.
Yahweh
Shem Yah Shabraktam.
Hey, we was just saying, you be right on time too, man. It seemed like you got like a talent, perfect time, and the Most High done blessed you with that. You called me early. I was literally just going over your email address. You called me right on time. And I was just talking about a couple of captains that's going to come on the show today, and you came right up in here.
All praises.
Out the water, you looking royal with that meat tree too.
Hey,
thank Yahweh. Thank Yahweh for this.
Hey, all praises, man. That's my bro, man.
I need to holler at him. I need to give me one of them.
Hey, Yahweh, you supposed to be on the show right now, Yahweh. You know that. We love that brother. He busy right now, but we love that brother. Okay, Khan. So start off the show. I always like to get into what's going on dealing with the COVID-19 situation. It's not over, and there's always news. There's always new stats coming out. So let me share my screen. Oh no. Okay. Can y'all see this?
Come.
All right, here we go.
Coronavirus continues to ravage the states where it has run rampant for weeks. California, Texas, Arizona, and worst of all,
Florida has reported more than 10,000 new coronavirus cases for the 6th day in a row.
Down south in Florida, folks are also expecting the worst. South Beach tonight under curfew.
By closing earlier, it actually tones down the party.
Miami-Dade, where 1 in 5 COVID tests are positive, leads the state in new infections. Just today, adding more than 3,000 cases. It's scenes like this that worry officials. As the governor warns, young people are driving the surge. And tonight, Texas reporting more than 10,000 cases for the 6th day in a row. This is fans streamed into the Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. And in Arizona, a grim milestone, the state hitting its highest daily death toll Saturday. California also struggling to meet its testing targets, seeing deaths nearly triple since the state's economy reopened.
In California, Los Angeles is on the brink of shutting down again as coronavirus cases continue to soar. This comes as California has overtaken New York as the state with the most coronavirus cases, with just over 409,000 confirmed cases. The death toll in New York, however, is 4 times higher than in California.
infection of
Hey, Shalakia. Hey, Yahweh.
Come.
Hey, you out in Cali, man. Have you been seeing, have you been hearing about any of this stuff they talking about out in Cali?
You know, I was just talking to someone about this the other day that I don't know. Well, I only know one person that's got the virus, and the person I know don't even live in Cali. They live in Detroit. That's my uncle. But personally, I don't know not a single person that's got it. I don't know a person who. Well, I take that back. Someone I know who works in the San Quentin, works in the prison.
Yeah.
That they know it's been a couple of officers that done got it. A couple of COs got it, and of course Quentin. They talking about a lot of the inmates is getting it as well too. So you know they out here they got us on again. They done pretty much locked us down. They haven't went to the full extent like it was before. But you know what's crazy is I was in the grocery store and walking, and there was a Sheetamite up in the store. First of all, she walked when I was parking. The way she walked in front of my car, she almost got hit because I don't know what she was thinking. But then when I get inside the store, she walking around without a mask on, and so it was me and it was another sister up in there, and we both just kind of like looked at each other because not only was she in there without a mask, but she was in there coughing on top of that. So we just like, man, and what's crazy is there was another incident with some Edomites in a Walmart, and these Edomites at the Walmart, someone had checked them because their whole family didn't have on masks. So they in the Walmart, whole family don't got on no mask. Dude say something to them, and they start going off and like, oh, this is all a hoax, and you know, masks don't do anything, and yada yada yada. And if you scared, don't come out, don't go to the store if you scared, just stay home. So you know, it's a lot of information on both sides of the, you know, on the road where it's coming out where they saying like, oh, it's not as bad as it as they're making it out to be, and then on the other side, you know, there's information coming out that's saying, oh man, this thing is, you know, it's all bad. So, but regardless of all that, I'm just like, you know what? Wear a mask. What's just gonna kill you to wear a mask? And if people are getting sick, if these numbers is true and it is like it is, I don't understand. And it's always the white people. It's always the white people that's making a big deal out of it. Oh, I don't have to wear a mask. I'm protesting. I'm protesting wearing a mask. But I mean, they got us back on lockdown again, so we go see what happens.
Hey, it's some mass stuff in this video, particularly towards the end. So let's finish playing it.
Course leads to hospitalization or death. Many people do recover, but each positive test is disruptive to families, friends, and businesses. And absent a significant reversal, the nation appears headed for 100,000 new cases per day. This weekend, we hit roughly 70,000 per day, just as experts warned of rising infection rates in Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, and
coronavirus cases are rising sharply in Georgia, too. And the governor and the mayor of Atlanta are fighting over how to handle the pandemic.
With the governor's efforts around trying to mandate that we couldn't enforce our local executive orders, many of our cities across the state of Georgia enacted them anyway, out of an abundance of caution and concern for our cities.
Hey, they out there beefing with each other, man. The governor and the mayor of Georgia, of Atlanta and Georgia. You know what I'm saying? It don't even make any sense, man. They beefing about masks. Wow. I think he actually put a lawsuit against the mayor of Atlanta over her issuing an order for people to wear masks.
That's crazy.
Hey, it's crazy, man.
With a surge of cases over the last few weeks, models now predict more than 150,000 deaths linked to COVID-19 by August 8th. according to an ensemble forecast published by the CDC.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention revealed the actual number of coronavirus infections nationwide may be 24 times higher than the public count. This comes as the Trump administration.
He said the average number might be 24 times higher. Like where's your numbers coming from? That's a big disparity. That's 24 times higher.
Right.
He's wicked, man. I don't know what the heck they doing, man. And we just bringing you the news, y'all. We not like we said last week. We're not talking about fear. We just bringing y'all the updates because a lot of people don't really watch the news too much.
Right.
So this is the time where we can come together as brothers and sisters, watch some of the stuff that's coming out in the news. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid. We know we got the power behind it.
That's right.
We got the power on our side, man. But at the same time, we got to stay aware and we got to use wisdom moving forward.
That's right.
Con.
Administration's opposing more federal funding for COVID-19 testing. The White House has refused to spend up to $8 billion already allocated for testing, even though many states and cities face severe testing shortages.
The CDC is offering new guidance for people who have tested positive for coronavirus, whether they have symptoms or are asymptomatic. The CDC now says that those people may quit isolating 10 days after symptoms first appeared, as long as 24 hours have passed since their last fever without use of fever medication, or if a fever has passed without use of meds and 2 tests taken more than 24 hours apart come back negative.
For a second day in a row, the United States reported more than 1,000 COVID-19 deaths Wednesday. The New York Times reports nearly 60,000 people are now hospitalized for COVID-19 across the country, nearly eclipsing the number of hospitalizations during the peak of the pandemic in April. California set new single-day records Wednesday for cases and hospitalizations. The U.S. death toll has now topped 143,000, with the total number of confirmed cases approaching 4 million. Meanwhile, a number of large businesses, including Costco, Walmart, Winn-Dixie, and Whole Foods, are now requiring customers to wear masks. On Wednesday, the Trump administration awarded a $2 billion contract with Pfizer and a German partner to make 100 million doses of a COVID-19 vaccine that's still being tested. Wow. President Trump held another televised coronavirus briefing Wednesday where he falsely claimed children don't transmit the virus. Trump conducted the briefing alone. In Brazil, the coronavirus death toll has surpassed 8.
Hey, I don't want to keep muting this, but he just gave a company $2 billion for a vaccine that did not even proven to work.
And ain't even tested it.
They ain't even testing it.
Take this.
That's crazy.
Hey, I got a precept.
God.
I got a precept. This is for all of Israel out there watching. As we go through this plagues and whatnot, I'm going to go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 58, and I'm going to read, and then I'm going to jump to Psalms. Deuteronomy 28, 58. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear his glorious and fearful name, Yahweh, thy power, then Yahweh will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and long continuance. See, the Most High, this is for us, Israel. We could avoid these plagues if we come back to laws, statutes, and commandments.
That's right.
His power would be on us, and we can overcome the plague. Let the heathen die from the plague. Let me go to Psalms 89 and read that. Psalms 89, verse 30. This is a promise from the Most High. It states, if his children forsake my law and walk not in my judgments, if they break my statutes and keep not my commandments, then will I visit their transgressions with the rod and their iniquity with stripes.
What was that? What was that verse? Chapter and verse again?
Psalms 89 and 30.
The water. Good precept, Adawan. Appreciate you. Let's get back to finish out this video. Now it's moving into our brothers and some of our brothers in the Northern Kingdom out in Brazil and a couple other countries that's been going through it too.
3,000. 2 more government ministers in Brazil have tested positive, in addition to the president, Jair Bolsonaro. In Bolivia, police have recovered 400 bodies in recent days from streets, cars, and homes. Most of the people are believed to have died of COVID-19.
That's
400,
crazy.
400 bodies just found.
You know what? I one thing that I always had a question about is with this whole disease and everything, I want to see some numbers on the homeless that's been affected, that's done got it. I ain't seen no numbers on that. And you would think that as easily this virus is spread, that homeless would be getting it. Homeless should be packing out hospitals, right? So it's like I said, I don't believe that the virus, that there isn't a virus. But here's the thing. I know a couple people that work in hospitals, and they're not giving none of the information like what's coming out over the news. You know, they're saying like they don't allow family members in. They only one family member can go into the hospital with them. And then that one family member got to sit in the waiting room if they're having like an operation or some kind of surgery or something. They can't even go back with them. But the whole thing is they're not, because my mom, she works at John Muir. She's not even saying like, oh, you know, we've got this many in the hospital from COVID, and I'm not hearing none of that. None of it. And again, where's all the homeless people with it? How come the homeless we not seeing the homeless people dying from it? And out here in Cali, I don't know about how it is out there, but we got a bad homeless population problem. Oakland, San Francisco, LA, the Stockton, I mean, all throughout Cali, the homeless population is ridiculous. Where are the homeless people at that's getting it? I don't get it.
Hey, Shalom, Yair. Shalom,
Shalom,
Shalom.
Hey, this is another one of our newest soldiers joining us for the show today. Hey, you was hitting on some real good points, Howard, man. You was right on point. I want to say shalom to my sister Jetta. Shalom, sis. Trinette, shalom. Adawan Mayakaya, shalom.
Shalom, Adawan.
Shalom, Adawan. Matawa.
Another brother, Marcus, shalom. Hey, if I missed y'all, shalom, family. The water for joining us. Hey, hit the like button. You know, share the video. We're gonna be getting into some more current events and a lesson when it's all said and done. Shalom, brother Jermaine. Shalom. I don't know what happened to Yakum Yah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back. I don't want Yakum Yah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back. There you go. Right on time. What'd I say? He got perfect timing every time, don't he?
God.
I don't want Yaradan. Shalom.
Adawan.
Shalom.
Anita, shalom. Hey, shalom. Hey, I appreciate all of y'all who joining us in the chat, who just watching us. Shalom, brother Kabal. Shalom. Like I said, all of y'all who just watching us, who just soaking in the information, who just fellowshipping with us, I appreciate y'all. You know, the next thing we're gonna talk about is it's a small video talking about how our people are being more affected. You know, we brought this out a little bit before, but it just It's sometimes we gotta reiterate the point. You know what I'm saying? We want Israel to use wisdom, man. And we want our people to know that our people are susceptible because the Most High are dealing with us first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? We the ones who went off. I don't know what's going on, but Naya, you might have to come out and come back in if you're not connected. But I'm gonna start this. Oh, I thought I was. Y'all see me?
Like newly
Okay.
released federal data shows African American and Latinx people are nearly 3 times more likely to be infected and twice as likely to die from the virus compared to their white neighbors. If you can talk about the disparities, who lives, who dies, and who gets sick and who doesn't.
Sure. I think that, before the pandemic, what that people may not realize is that there were pretty significant racial health disparities in this country. I think many people had heard about the Black maternal mortality crisis that had gotten a lot of press. But what we saw in the pandemic these first few months is these really significant racial health inequities being exposed and even amplified. We saw that, Black and Latinx and Indigenous communities were more likely to be infected because they were essentially placed at risk given the types of jobs that they had. They were more likely to be essential workers and service workers. These were public-facing jobs. They were essentially exposed. They were also more likely to use public transportation in urban areas, and more likely to live in overcrowded housing. These are all risk factors for being infected with the disease. And then to think about which communities carry the highest burden of chronic diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, and asthma are all risk factors for doing very poorly when you are infected with coronavirus. And so those are some of the factors for why we're seeing Black, Latinx, and Indigenous communities being so disproportionately impacted by this pandemic.
Dr. Blockstock, I'd like to ask you specifically in terms of some of the figures I've seen in terms of the Latino community. For instance, here in New Jersey, 19% of the population, 30% of the COVID cases. In Utah, 14% of the population, 42% of the COVID cases. This whole issue, because the Latino community, generally speaking, is a much younger community than either the African American or the white community. So you would the proportion that are elderly are much smaller. Is this more a function of the underlying conditions that affect the community, for instance, diabetes and other underlying conditions in the community? Or is this, what other factors do you see affecting the Latino rate?
Right. And so, as I mentioned, I think, when we talk about who is at risk for being infected, it also depends on who is at risk for being exposed. And so, I think that those numbers that you cite point to the fact that, Latino community members are more likely to be working in jobs where they're at risk for being exposed. And of course, this is because of practices and policies that limit, certain racial groups to certain types of jobs. And so I think that what we're seeing really are the outcomes of structural racism in this country. We have seen how, life opportunities, including job opportunities, educational opportunities, have basically limited people and put people at risk to being in situations where they are more likely to be infected with coronavirus. And what I found very interesting about the New York Times piece was that we're not just seeing it in urban areas, we're seeing it in rural areas, right? So I would say that speaks to the expansive reach of racism in this country.
But for me, it's a metaphor that shows what's happening in Indian country right now. tribes, rural reservations and villages, urban Indian communities, we are seeing our people suffer and we are seeing our people die. And we are not getting what we need in order to serve them well. Our Native people are not being counted in the health data as Native. That means they're being counted as another race instead of as American Indian or Alaska Native for a couple of reasons. The number one being nobody ever asked them. They simply took a look at them and identified what they thought, whatever race they might be, instead of actually asking them. In other places, there may not even be a category in those data systems for American Indian or.
Hey, Shalakia, when I see this sister, like she looks like my aunt. No, I mean it's funny, but I'm serious. Like you can't tell me these Native Americans aren't our people. She don't look like she related to us. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but she looked like somebody in my family, man. Like I don't know. I just had to say that, man. Hey, they going through it all across the board, man.
Salaki, Adawan.
Good.
If you stop being so carnal and you look past like the skin color, if you look at like our skeleton and our bone structure and how we're built, we built just alike. Like I could take a Hispanic brother and a brother from the Northern Kingdom that's a Latino, a brother from the Northern Kingdom that's a Native, and a brother from the Southern Kingdom that's Judah, and put them all together, and they all could look alike. Like they all would look like they're from the same family. So I mean, I don't know. And then our spirits are even the same. So I really don't get it. How you still have?
Hey.
We ain't gonna go into that.
But I agree with you though. I just wanted to point out the fact that we can't neglect our brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? We need to talk about them too because they going through this also. And you notice when the doctor was bringing it out, she was saying the blacks, the Hispanics, and the natives, and the indigenous people. That's Native American. That's what she was grouping all of them together. And I don't even think she knew she was Israelite. But the fact of the matter is she was grouping all those three groups together that's dealing with this coronavirus. Right. You know what I'm saying? Worse.
Salaki. Okay. Yeah. Basically, what she was saying is that the whole world is taking crafty counsel against our people.
That's right.
Of all the nations and tribes. I'm going to read Psalms 83, verse 3. It says, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
That's right.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. See, that's what's going on right now. And they want to put us out there to cut us slap off.
Salaki.
Go ahead.
And so, just like Adawan brought out earlier in Deuteronomy, why all these things is happening to us. I want to read 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. And it reads, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Salakia. So we gotta come back to these laws, these statutes, and commandments. As a nation, we gotta get our people to turn away from the wickedness, put the pork sandwiches down, get our women to stop wearing pants. Stop worshiping these other gods, these idols. Come back to these laws.
That's right. Bring that out.
That's right. That's right, brother. That's right. I got a precept too. It's the book of 1 Peter, chapter 4, and verse 17. I brought this out before, but sometimes, like I said, we got to reiterate this point, man. We got to bring these scriptures out so Israel will understand what's going on. It says, "For the time has come that judgment must begin at the house of God." And that judgment must begin with us, man.
That's right.
Like it got to deal with us. And it says, "And if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God, of the Most High?" Hey, just imagine how we taking it, how we dealing it, how we dealing with these situations right now, how we getting killed, how we suffering, our family members are going through it. You know what I'm saying? Our finances is you know what I'm saying? A lot of us are the ones that's unemployed right now. You know what I'm saying? And imagine the ones who don't believe in the Most High when it's all said and done. You know what I'm saying? It says, "And if the righteous scarcely be saved," because we scarcely be saved, man, because we got to endure all these things coming. So we scarcely be saved. Then shall the ungodly and the sinner appear. How are they going to be saved? Like, how are they going to come out of their situation? You know what I'm saying? That's right. Don't be the 2/3, man. Hey, shalom, shalom, family. Everybody who's in the chat, shalom, shalom. Shalom. Mute that phone. Shalom, mute your phones. At least bring the volume down some. Shalom, shalom, everybody. Hey man, that COVID is really tearing people up. When we still in the COVID part, it was talking about 85 babies or 89 babies. Let me bring the video out. Got infected with COVID recently.
Dang.
85 infants. Let's check this video out.
That's crazy.
85 babies have tested positive for coronavirus in Nueces County. Officials there made the announcement during a public health district meeting, but they didn't give any other details about the infants' conditions. The Nueces County medical examiner told NBC News a 6-week-old boy who died last week tested positive for the virus. Right now, they say more testing is needed to find out if COVID-19 was the cause of death.
Hey, this made me go into a whole nother thought. Now, if you're pregnant, for our sisters who are pregnant and our brothers who are fathers, can COVID transfer from the, you know what I'm saying, from the woman to the baby? This is a video talking about that. So hopefully y'all can get some edification out of this when it comes down to that.
New study out just days ago shows that babies born to mothers who contracted the COVID-19 could also have contracted the virus.
Part of a study out from Italy on Thursday shows a handful of babies had contracted coronavirus while their mothers were still pregnant with them. The study included 31 mothers at 3 different hospitals from March and April.
And we need to be cautious. We need to take common sense precautions to do everything we can do to prevent pregnant women from getting infected.
But in the summary published Thursday, doctors found traces of COVID-19 in umbilical cord blood, breast milk, and the placenta. That's the babies contracted the virus while in the womb.
Look.
Hey, that suggests that the babies contracted the virus. I'm gonna repeat what he just said. Matter of fact, I'm gonna bring that back. If they found COVID in the placenta and the umbilical cord, that means that virus was coming from the mother to the baby.
Right.
Cord blood, breast milk, and the placenta. that suggests the babies contracted the virus while in the womb.
Hey, look, we should keep this on our radar, and we need to investigate further.
This is not the first study looking at transmission of COVID-19 from mother to newborn, and it won't be the...
Hey, I just wanted to bring that out, man. We got to be careful about our pregnant women. You know what I'm saying? Listen. I'm never gonna say don't trust in the Most High, because we have to. We have to trust in the Most High. The Most High kills and He makes alive. You know what I'm saying? He does what He wants to do, and it's His wisdom. He giving us wisdom. He's telling us to use wisdom in the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? And part of that wisdom is taking care of our family, taking care of our loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Being righteous, just making sure they're gonna be all right. The brother, not to get into business, but the brother Yair just had a little one, right?
It's doing December. He doing December.
Oh, but then you the perfect person to dealing with a situation right now.
Right. So this is still on point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you gotta use precaution, even with your faith. You gotta use wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Because I pray every Sabbath when I go out. You know what I'm saying? That nothing come back in this house that's not supposed to be back in this house. You know what I'm saying? When I go out, I pray the Most High that nothing stays on me that don't bring anything back into my home to affect my family. You know what I'm saying? And He'll keep you safe, man, if you believe, man.
That's right.
Hey, going into the next subject. I don't see if anybody monitor the comments, y'all. If somebody's saying something, bring it out. Somebody dropping the scripture.
Come.
The next order of news that I had was a federal judge had just approved a release of some of our Northern Kingdom children that's still locked up in detention centers. You know what I'm saying? So, we want to bring that out. A brother told me the other day that I'm always bringing out gloomy news. Hey, listen, man, I don't expect Babylon to be pleasant. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right.
I want to talk about the good stuff, and we're going to hit on a good point a little later. You know what I'm saying? We got Adawan Akara coming out, and he's going to bring some good news to the show. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, man, this is some good news, man. But it's not always good because Esau always wanted to intermingle and have some nonsense in the midst. So let's show this video. Here we go.
A federal judge on Thursday extended the deadline for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, to release immigrant children in its custody. Last month, U.S. District Judge Dolly G. told ICE it had until today, July 17th, to release children from its family detention centers in Texas and Pennsylvania due to concerns over rising coronavirus infections. ICE now has until July 27th to comply with the order. This comes as another federal judge is poised to rule next week on a Trump administration request to keep immigrant families jailed in, quote, family detention centers, prompting fears that immigrant children could once again be separated from their parents.
Documented children and their parents from U.S. custody amid a spike in coronavirus cases in the country's detention facilities. There are nearly 23,000 migrants being detained in U.S. custody, of which at least 2,700 have tested positive for COVID-19. So explain to us how significant this ruling is and what exactly does it entail? Because we know the children are protected under the Flores Agreement, but not necessarily their parents. So how does this complicate matters?
I think it is important to give our viewers some background about the legal issues at play here. First of all, under a 1997 court settlement known as the Flores Settlement Agreement, migrant minors in U.S. custody are afforded certain protections. There is a mandate there for the U.S. government to seek the prompt release of minors from U.S. immigration custody. This only applies, as you mentioned, to minors, not parents or adults. So now the judge overseeing the government's compliance with this order ordered ICE 2 weeks ago to properly release minors in its custody from the 3 family detention facilities the agency operates in Texas and in Pennsylvania. Now, this is where it gets a little murky because the judge does not have the authority to order the release of the parents. She gave ICE 2 options to release the children. She can either ICE can either release the families together as one unit, or it can ask the parents whether they would allow their kids to be released without them to sponsors like family members who are already in the U.S. Advocates strongly oppose the latter option, Tanya, because they say it amounts to family separation.
I would say that any type of choice like this is inherently coercive in any type of detention situation, right? You're in detention with your children, which is a horrible place to be, and you want your kids to get out. So it's as if you have a gun to the person's head when you ask them, do you want to stay in detention indefinitely with your child, not knowing when you might get out, as you're watching your child suffer, not being able to eat the food, not being able to have normal childhood development and activities? Or do you want to maybe let your kid out without you, but you may never see them again?
So Camilo, it seems like parents are being given an impossible choice of whether to let their children be released from the detention center without them into somewhat unknown circumstances, even though they are supposed to be sponsors taking the children, or I guess remain in the facility and poses a danger in other ways to their children.
And it is important to emphasize, Tanya, that ICE oversees civil immigration detention. None of these families are being held because of criminal sentences by a judge. Mm-hmm. They are being held to ensure that they show up to their court hearings and that they are ready to be deported if an immigration judge issues such an order. They are not being held in criminal custody.
Hey.
Salaki.
Yeah, bro.
I just want to bring out this article. It came out yesterday. I don't know if any of you heard about this yet, about kids being kept in hotels.
Yeah, I seen that.
So this is what the I'll just read some of it. This is what the article says. It says the Trump administration is detaining immigrant children as young as 1 in hotels, sometimes for weeks before deporting them to their home countries under policies that have effectively shut down the nation's asylum system during the coronavirus pandemic. All right, I'm going to jump down to this part right here. It says, federal anti-trafficking laws and a 2-decade-old court settlement that governs the treatment of migrant children require that most kids be sent to the shelters for eventual placement with family sponsors. But President Donald Trump's administration is now immediately expelling people seeking asylum in the U.S., relying on a public health declaration to set aside those rules. Lawyers and advocates say housing unaccompanied migrant children in hotels exposes them to risk of trauma as they're detained in places not designed to hold them and cared for by contractors with unclear credentials.
God. Yo, you know, it's funny. I came across that report earlier today. And I was saying, you know what it reminded me of, because they was talking about the kids too. You know, it reminded me of the Pizzagate and sex trafficking and all these missing children. Like, you don't even know how many is not being even counted.
That's right.
That's right.
You know, it's a crazy scenario and circumstance that our brothers and sisters is going through. You know, Deuteronomy 28. You know, it's in the curses too. You can't tell me that they're not our brothers and sisters. Deuteronomy 28:32 says, "Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with loving with longing for them all the day long. And there shall be no might in thine hand. Is no might in your hand. They got no strength to do anything because they actually literally running out of their homeland because you know what I'm saying. The gangs, because the food, they don't have enough food or enough money or enough jobs, so they come into, which is still their homeland. This is America is still part of their original land. You know what I'm saying? They come back into their land for better opportunities, and their children are being taken away from them. You know what I'm saying? And they got no might to do anything. If they do that to us, what can we do? They do that to us a lot of times. You know? Hey, man. Hey, man, it's a crazy thing. Hey, let's. I don't know. If y'all want to talk about this subject some more, if y'all good, we gonna change gears a little bit.
Salaki. I like to say something. It's dismaying, but at the same time, I know Gabar wrote a scripture, Ecclesiasticus 12, 10 through 11, and also Psalms 94, 1 through 7. I'm not going to read them, but those are good scriptures. And I was reading one. I don't know if I got cut off. My internet got cut off. Psalms 89 and 30. You know, even though the Lord, he said he's gonna chasten us. He's been doing that over the centuries. He's been chastening us. Why? Because we haven't been doing what we're supposed to be doing.
That's right.
And the way we lift these plagues, these curses, and all of this that we're talking about, we have to lift it by coming back. Coming back into these laws. It's as simple as that. But our people don't want to hear. We so assimilated with this culture. We assimilated and we want to be equal. That's the protest.
That's right.
They try to be equal. You're above all nations. That's what Deuteronomy 76 say. We're above all nations. And he's not dealing with the other nations like he's dealing with us. But we're not listening to that. We want to be assimilated. We want to be like them. We want to be equal to them.
That's right.
And Salakia, you know, Aki was talking about being frustrated earlier, and that's one of my biggest frustrations right now is talking to Jake that's still in the Christian church and still want to, regardless, you know, they say, oh, I got a brother up in Washington. This Negro will say, yeah, I know we the people. He says it. I know we the people. I know that's our book. But don't want to keep not nan law. Don't and was laughing when he said it, man. I'm about to go have me a pork sandwich right now. Laughing about it. And it's like, y'all see the condition that we in. Why do you still want to just like Adawan just brought out, assimilate with these people? That integration was the worst thing that could have happened to our people.
That's right.
Integration. And they still fighting to be integrated. We need to fight to separate ourselves from these devils.
Salakia, Adawan. Yeah, I got a precept. Correct. This book is Rock, chapter 6 and verse 13. It says, separate thyself from thy enemies and take heed of thy friends.
Right.
That's right.
So basically, it's like what Adam was saying. We got to gather together as that nation not desired, like in Zephaniah 2:1, and cleave to our people. Because nobody's gonna understand our struggle. Nobody else has been through everything that we've been through. So how can we expect for anybody else that hasn't been through what we've been through to relate to us?
That's right.
Salakia. It's just like this right here in Proverbs, chapter 1, verse 22. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in the scorning, and fools hate knowledge. See, he's letting you know these people, our people, I act like fools, and for you to turn away from this truth, it's like you got to be a fool. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. Bring that out.
We letting you know that you guys chosen. You went from the bottom to the top, and you still don't want it.
Still don't want it.
Still don't want it.
It's crazy.
Hey, the Most High knew we were stiff-necked people, man. He chose us, man. You know what I'm saying, to show His power, just like he chose Pharaoh to show his power. You know, if we would have just listened, I kind of feel like, how is it showing His power? You know what I'm saying? The Most High is an awesome God, man. You got to think about it. Our ways and our way of thinking is not like His.
That's right.
If you would have just listened to the Most High from the beginning, how could, it doesn't go the route to show, to convince the world of His power. It's all said and done. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The whole world got to be convinced of the Most High's power, and they will be. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or they're gonna die.
Bring that out.
You know. So, hey, if we cool on this point, I want to transition to something else about the Northern Kingdom. I kind of wanted to bring it out last week, but you know, the Northern Kingdom finally got a small victory. I don't know if y'all heard, they've been fighting for over the pipeline over the last few years that they've been trying to run through their land, and they finally got a judge to stop the pipeline for an environmental test, which is going to take a long time. So let's bring out that video and let's talk about that for a minute.
All right, come.
A federal judge orders the Dakota Access Pipeline that runs through Iowa to shut down until more environmental review is done. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg ordered that the shutdown must be done within the next 30 days. The environmental review requires the pipeline to be emptied for the review that the Army Corps of Engineers says is going to take about 13 months. The pipeline has been transporting oil for the last 3 years. The Standing Rock Sioux tribe sued over worries an oil spill could pollute the Missouri River.
An activist, attorney who has been camped out near the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. Thanks so much for joining us, sir.
Great to be on. Thank you.
Hey, listen
So
to
you've
this,
been on the ground for
brother,
quite
man.
some time. What is the dynamic between Native Americans and the Army Corps of Engineers been like?
That's a long, controversial history, beginning in 1944 with the Flood Control Act, where they took illegally our shoreline and then flooded it about 14 years later in 1958 and destroyed our economic potential for a second time after the Buffalo. So we've had a storied and controversial relationship with the Army Corps of Engineers for a long time.
And what's it been like subsequent to this protest?
Well, right now, the Army Corps of Engineers has called upon the local law enforcement, highly militarized law enforcement, and forcible arrests have begun. There's a forcible removal going on right now as of maybe 4:30. A lot of people have not surrendered, and they are standing their ground in there defending the treaty rights and constitutional rights, not only of Native nations, but of all Americans who have had their constitutional rights violated on the ground out here.
And that leads to my next question, sir. Describe, because I don't know that a lot of people may be familiar with the treaties that exist between Native nations and the United States. Can you describe them for us, and what would you like to see change?
Yes, well, Native nations recognized, we were the first that gave any sort of legitimacy to the presence of colonial European travelers who came into a hemisphere that we civilized. And so we recognized their sovereignty. They didn't recognize ours. But the land where the camp is today, where the fires are going, where the arrests are happening, that's land that is contested treaty territory that we've never been paid for. There's been no negotiations. We haven't treated for that. It's unclear title. And so we are asserting ourselves, as is our birthright. in that territory for the first time in 130 years. And now we're being pushed back to within the confines of the Indian reservation.
TCI's Ticia Muzinga tells us how environmental groups are responding to this news. Ticia? Well, Stacey, this has been a long battle between environmental groups and the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, but they say this is still a victory, even though more work needs to be done here. The Bold Iowa, a group that's fought the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline, is urging Iowa Utilities Board to reconsider its decision to allow Texas-based Energy Transfer to double the flow of oil through the pipeline to as much as 1.1 million barrels daily to meet growing demand for oil shipments from North Dakota.
1.1 million barrels daily.
This is not just about indigenous rights. It's not just about water, land, property rights. It's also about climate change. And the impact that an additional 500,000+ barrels of oil a day the impact that has on climate change is huge, because it's about the equivalent of 30 new coal-fired power plants.
Fallon goes on to say we cannot expand fossil fuel production and expansion. I also reached out to the Iowa Utilities Board, and it says any increase in oil can't happen until there are updates to the pipeline. No word on when that will be completed.
The owner of the Dakota Access Pipeline threatened Wednesday to keep the pipeline open, defying a court order for the pipeline to be shut down and emptied of all oil in the next 30 days, pending an environmental review.
So you see how wicked Esau is, man? They pumping they trying to pump 1.3 million barrels of oil a day through these people's land, man. And I guarantee you, just what happened. Y'all remember what happened with the Exxon spill? You know what I'm saying, with them ships that leaked oil all in the ocean, you know what I'm saying? Like I bet you they're gonna throw their hands up like, oh, my bad, my mistake. If something like that happened in their land, if it polluted the river, like Esau don't care, man. They all about dollar. The dollar has been their god, and they taught our people to worship that thing too. Esau just wicked as hell. I just wanted to show this video right here to show that we finally got one. You know what I'm saying? We finally got something.
God.
All praises.
Salakia, King Asher, he's bringing out that scripture, Ecclesiastes 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
That's right.
Salakia. That's why I be wondering to myself, how many times we gotta get bust across the head for people to stop saying all of them ain't bad.
Right. Come on.
By the same folks.
Bring it out.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Bring that out, man.
Hey, you know what's funny?
Go ahead.
So, the same brother, he argues with me and be like, I just can't see, what about the white folks who really believe in God and who really love God and, who are missionaries, and you mean to tell me they're not gonna get into heaven? And I'm like, dang, nigga, you want to get into heaven so bad. I'm like, man, God.
Hey, that brother's passionate. That brother Yahweh is passionate.
Yeah.
He's passionate.
And, he brought up the one Edomite that was trying to go over to that island. I don't know if y'all heard about that. Call himself trying to go and and they tried to arrow at him. And they was like, you better get somewhere. You ain't welcome here. Right. And he still called himself, I'm gonna go over there anyway. And they killed his stupid self.
That's right.
I'm like, man, that's what you get.
That's right. That's right. Hey, listen, we don't want you. We don't want you in our protests. We don't need your help. Right. You know what I'm saying? Didn't they tell them that when they was trying to rebuild the temple after they was coming out of Babylon? We don't want your help, man. We don't need your help.
That's
you know what I'm saying? See, our people think that we can't do anything without Esau. But the Hebrew Israelites are here to tell you that we don't need them.
For nothing.
We want to do this together as a nation. We want to come together. We want to support one another, and we want to build it up together. We don't need Esau's help, man. We need us. I need my brother and my sister.
That's it.
Salakia. And that's been proven. That's been proven in our recent history. With the Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
Those brothers and sisters, they got together and they built their own kingdom in a sense. But guess who destroyed it? Who brought it down?
Mm-hmm.
Who brought it down? So we could do this. We could do this. But we got to be on the same page. And that page is coming back to these laws, statutes, and commandments.
That's right.
We come back to this word, and the Most High gonna raise us up. He gonna lift us up.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. The Most High done gave the Northern Kingdom brothers, Gad and Reuben brothers. I know because we know there's some $5 Indians in that mix, but we talking to the brothers that's our brothers in those nations. You know what I'm saying? The Most High done blessed them, hit them with 2 blessings in a row. You know what I'm saying? Just recently, we had another court order that gave them a real big portion of Oklahoma. I don't know if y'all saw up on that yet, but we about to bring the video out.
Salaki, real quick, Edwin.
Go ahead.
I had just one more quick precept because it's going back on to the point where Azariah and Judah were talking about how we always trying to save the other nations. And this is Lamentations chapter 4 and verse 17 and 18.
Bring it out.
As for us, our eyes is yet filled for our vain help and our watching. We have watched for a nation that could not save us. They hunt our steps that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled. For our end is come. So it's basically talking about everything that's going on now. How many times do we have to get wet? Apparently the same thing was happening in this day and age too. And there's nothing under the sun. How many times do we have to get? And it was probably happening to this by the same people. Because the Edomites, if you know the history, they sold us back into slavery to the Babylonians, and they burned our temples down. So how many times, for 3 transgressions and for 4, how many times are we gonna forgive them?
Oh,
that's right.
That's right.
Good precept.
Water.
So let me bring this out.
The Supreme Court ruled on Thursday that a large swath of Oklahoma belongs to Native American tribes, in a huge win for a reservation that challenged the state's authority to prosecute crimes on its land. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote for the 5-4 majority ruling that the disputed area that covers roughly half of the state actually belongs to the Muskogee Creek Nation. Belongs to Native.
Hold up, my bad, Slocky. Hey, I want to explain it to y'all what's going on here. To the brothers who haven't seen this, the Supreme Court then gave a huge part of this land for criminal purposes to the Native Americans, because they had a treaty once they came out of the Trail of Tears that they're supposed to get all this land in Oklahoma. But of course, they disregard and flip on all the treaties, over 400 treaties that they given to the North Americans. You know what I'm saying? They turn their backs on them, or for the lack of a better word, reneged. They reneged on a lot of those treaties. So the Senate never made amends, or never did anything, or never passed a law or anything about this treaty. So somebody was brought up on charges from the state, and his case actually went up to the Supreme Court, saying that the state should have never charged them. It should have been the feds, or basically the Native American nations that should have brought him up on charges. He should have dealt with them instead of the state. And so the Supreme Court actually agreed with it because of the treaties that the Senate never dealt with. So this is another win for our brothers, man. This is only dealing with, as of right now, this is only dealing with criminal activity, but at the same time, you have a ground to stand on when you if you actually try to retain some of your promised land that they promised you. You understand what I'm saying? Now we got to deal with, you got houses, you got property, you've been collecting mortgages and taxes on this land for years. How much money do you owe us? You know what I'm saying? Now you got to deal with all of that stuff. Okay? Oh, I thought somebody said Shalaki. I'm gonna play a little bit. I'm not gonna play all of this video because we got a couple more stuff to go, but I'm just gonna play a little bit more. And the thing about it, the deciding judge was one of
Gorsuch
Trump's.
wrote, quote, "Today we are asked whether the land these treaties promised remains an Indian reservation for the purposes of federal criminal law. Because Congress has not said otherwise, we hold the government to its word."
So a big swath of this land on the other side of that purple line, all is Native American territory. It says the land in eastern Oklahoma, the United States promised to the Creek Nation in 1833 treaty is still a reservation under tribal sovereignty, at least when it comes to criminal law. The Supreme Court ruled July 9th. To most Americans, it may seem obvious that the government should live up to its word. Dang, I missed that. Let me go back, because I know that they're liars. The truth ain't in them.
That's right.
That's right.
What did it say? To most Americans, it may seem obvious that the government should live up to its word, but the United States has regularly reneged on the promises that it made to American Indians, nations, in the nearly 400 treaties that it negotiated with them between 1778 and 1871. Hey, it's facts, man. They can't get away, man. They're liars. They full of deceit. They smile in your face, and they gotta. What's that scripture? Their words are smoother than butter.
I was thinking about the same thing.
Look for that. They also reneged on the treaty with us. What I asked, I said they also reneged on one of our treaties. Wasn't we supposed to get 40 acres and a mule?
Oh, we never got that.
Never
got it, right?
Never. Salaki, Adawan. I got that precept when you read it. That was Psalms 55 and 21.
Go ahead.
Bring that up.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 55 and verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords.
That's right. Hey, the war was in his heart the whole time, man. When they was talking about making a deal before they came back and killed all the buffalo. You know what I'm saying? Remember that? I mean, I heard the story of that. People was wicked as hell, man. But you know what though? The Most High got our backs, man, and He got a reparations for us. He got a reparation for us. They can keep everything they got. They can keep this land. I'm just trying to endure. I'm just trying to keep my eyes and pay attention to what's happening today. So I know their wickedness. I'm never gonna forget their wickedness. I'm gonna teach my children their wickedness. Teach my family about their wickedness. You know what I'm saying? We can move forward with the same mind state.
That's right. Bring it up.
Yes.
Hey, man. Hey, it's about nation building, man. We can't build a nation with them. You know what I'm saying? We can't build a nation with them because you can't trust them.
That's
not even because you can't trust them, because the Most High told you to be separate. That's number one.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing. You know what I'm saying? And when it's all said and done, you can't trust them. They literally, the scriptures say, I don't want y'all brought it out earlier. They literally are our enemies.
That's right. That's right.
No, no, I don't
How we
want.
gonna do the nation with them, man?
It's like it. And that's why, I be telling, my peoples, my folks, whoever, I say, the one thing that the Nation of Islam that I rock with them on is that they've always called them devils. All the rest of the theology is way off. And I tell them, I said, man, the white man truly is a devil. Because what the scriptures say the devil come do? Rob, kill, and destroy. And everywhere you look, what that devil done. In every land he done went to, he done robbed, he done stole, and he done destroyed. Came over here, he robbed this land, stole this land, killed everyone that was over here. He stole us from our lands, from where we was at, shipped us over here, destroyed us, right? They are the devil that the Bible speaks of. And then when the Catholics, not all of them is bad. Some of them are good, and some of them have good hearts. And I got this precept for them that feel that way. It's Isaiah 14:21. It says, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. They gotta deal with everything that they forefathers done. They are not innocent. They gotta get dealt with too.
That's right.
So for all of them that talk about, not all of them are bad and some of them are good, hell with that. They are enemies. At the end of the day, they are enemies, and they gotta get it.
That's right. That's right. Another precept on top of that. Don't tase this Hebrew. He's brought it out. Luke 12:51. It says, suppose ye that I come to give peace on earth. I tell you nay, but rather division.
That's right.
Right.
When your house shot comes back, you ain't gonna be no peaceful thing. So you Christian, I need to get that out your head.
That's right.
He's coming to bring division. He's gonna separate the children from the heathen.
It's like it. See, that's just like this. The Most High, he was playing chess with them so that prophecy can be fulfilled. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like this. The wicked, they're fugitive and vagabonds, right? All right. So if you're a vagabond and you don't have a home, if you do end up getting a home, how do you get it? You steal it. They ain't buy it.
You sure ain't buy it.
Hey, that's what they are, man. They kill, rape, kill, and destroy. And we suffer through all of that, but we understand that it's a chastening that the Most High is bringing us through. I don't want Micaiah asked me to bring out the scripture. This is the book of Romans, chapter 8 and verse 18. It says, for I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. Hey, what we going through right now, man, it can't even be compared to what the Most High has in store for us, man. For that glory. You know what I'm saying? The Most High has an expected end for us, and it's peace. You know what I'm saying? Through all of this tribulation, all of this turmoil, through all of Esau's nonsense, through all of Ishmael's nonsense, through all of Moab's abominations. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Most High has an expected end for us, man.
That's right.
That's right.
And endure. Build and endure, man. All right, so y'all got something else? Y'all got another precept? Bring it out. We gonna move to the next thing if not.
I got the book of Joshua, chapter 23 and verse 13, and this basically touching on what the Most High had already told us not to do, and basically him telling us what he was gonna do if we didn't follow what he said. He says, know for a certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land, which the Lord your God have given you. So, yeah, in other words, he was saying that he was going to use them. All right, so I look at Moab, like, you know how your parents, I know I got how my parents were. I don't know how everybody else's parents were. My daddy said, all right, my daddy will get creative. He'll use his hand, might use a belt, might use a shoe. I look at other nations like that from the Most High. So like Esau, that's the sword. You got Moab, that's the switch. You got Ammon, that's the extension cord, and so on and so forth. So I mean, I don't know. That's just me. That's all I got.
Salaki. I just want to say before we move on to the next point. I know it's easy for us to look at the other nations and what they do to us, but like the brother Yahya just brought out, you know, these are chastisements. This is the Lord's arm. 89 Psalms 89 and 30. He says, even though I'm chastising you, I'm still not going to depart from that covenant I made with you.
That's right.
So therefore, he still loves us. But what we got to do to come out of the chastisement, it's just like when we was little, we knew what we was going to do that would bring that punishment upon us, and we learned from it, and we stopped doing it. So that's what we have to do right now as adults. As Israelites, we need to come back to these laws, these statutes, and commandments, so we can lift this punishment up off of us.
Hey,
Salaki,
I don't
got a
want
precept for
out
that.
right now. That's the spirit right there. Go ahead, Israel.
Hebrews 12 and 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou chastening of the Lord,
That's
nor
right.
faint when thou art rebuked to him.
That's right.
Speaking about the chastising. That's all these laws do.
That's right.
They give you correction. You know what I'm saying? Discipline.
That's
Put you in line.
It's like going through that fire. You come out on the other end a nice diamond or a nice piece of gold, shiny, refined gold. That was Don't Taste This Hebrew. He said that.
All praises to the Most High.
And even verse 16, Hebrews 12 and 16. Now, if it just did that we receive chastening from our Father, right here in verse 16, lest there be any fornicator or profane person. For someone to be profane means they lack law. They are lawless.
That's right.
The opposite of being chastised. You see what I'm saying? In discipline. But verse 16, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. You that greedy? You see what I'm saying? You sold your birthright for a piece of meat. It don't get no better. It don't get no better than that. That's crazy.
Salaki, it's good that you brought that scripture out, and people don't realize the deepness and the in-depthness of that scripture. When Esau sold his birthright, he told the Most High, "I don't give a about you." He said, "Get away from me." You see what I'm saying? And the Most High said, "Oh, that's the way you want to go. All right, I'm gonna use you, but you're gonna be judged in the end." That's when we go to the book of Obadiah and see what's going on.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
Hey, let's see. I don't want coming in. Let me. All right, so I'm gonna move on.
Salaki, I'll bring out another precept, real quick, just about, everything that we're going through. Like you said, it only makes us better. But you said it, eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard, for what's in store for us after we come up out of this. But Zechariah 13:9 says, and I will bring the third part through the fire, and I will refine them as silver is refined, and I will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, Yahweh is my power.
That's right.
That's right.
Bring that out. That's right. Good precept.
Right. All right, so hey, we good? I love the precepts. Y'all got more. What's up? Y'all straight for now? Hey, I love that though. I love the spirit though. You know what I'm saying? That's how we should be
All
moving
praise.
all the time.
All praise.
All praise to the Most High.
Salakia, I got one more precept out of one.
Go ahead.
Psalm 50:16. But unto the wicked, the Most High saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? So basically, even with this, I just read what he said. Esau is the most profane. You see what I'm saying? How you the most profane, but then turn around and call yourself the Jew?
Con.
That's
You're
right.
the most profane.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Bring it out.
The worst of the worst.
Salakia. I mean, but since you brought that out, man, talking about them so-called them imposters, I was on one of the social media sites, man, and I just saw something, and it irritated me to a whole nother level. I wish I would have been there because I would have took off on the dude. But it was a Edomite, so-called Jewish guy, and it was a sister, and she was sitting on the bench. I don't know if y'all seen it, but he was sitting up there looking at it, and the dude just like projectile vomited or something.
Oh, I've seen that nasty stuff.
You seen that?
Yeah.
And then when she was bent over, hit her in the head with a bottle.
Yeah.
Man, I can't wait for them to get it.
I don't know what spirit that is. I know what spirit that is, man.
Devil.
It's the devil spirit.
Demon right there.
Right.
Con.
So, like, I got one more precept.
Go ahead, bring it out.
That might have been right on time. This is the book of Micah, chapter 2 and verse 2. It says, and they covet fields and take them by violence, and houses and take them away. So they oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage.
Wow.
Now we know what's happened the last couple of weeks with the brother Deshaun Jackson, Nick Cannon, and all that. We know what they said about us. They brought out the truth, said that we were the real 12 tribes of Israel. Now, a brother can say that he's Egyptian, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, Confucianist, Taoist, Hinduist. It does not matter. The minute you say you Israel, you the real Hebrews, you are public enemy number one. And because the earth is given into the hand of the wicked, you're going to feel that oppression. Whether it's from your job, whether it's from whatever.
And see, too.
That's right. Good precept.
What the other one?
Like, oh, my bad.
Oh, no, I yield the floor.
Go ahead.
So, like, basically, like, how they keep devising all these plans, like, everything that they throw out there to try to mess up our people. You see what I'm saying? They coming up with these different diseases and everything else. But see, like right here in Psalms 34 and 21, it says, evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. All this stuff they creating, all these plots and plans, it's gonna turn around on them, and they gonna just destroy themselves with it.
That's right.
See what I'm saying?
That's right.
That's right. Hey, listen, I'm gonna see if Adwan can jump in. I don't know if he can, but I'm gonna move on to the next thing, y'all. For time purposes, because I love the building. I was tempted to skip over this video because it was kind of a little depressing, but it kind of is a segue into the next point. Hey, we still killing ourselves, man. We still killing our children. You know what I'm saying? And like we literally going on down the path of destruction.
Here in Chicago, murder has been up 40%. NYPD responded to close to 200 shootings. Atlanta saw 31 people injured and at least 5 people killed. This violence is happening within a coronavirus pandemic that officials say is affecting nearly every aspect of the public safety ecosystem.
There's less resources to fight violent crime.
A perfect storm of COVID disruptions. Looking ahead, we are likely going to see more grim headlines. Murder has been up 40% at points this summer here in Chicago compared to last year, with shootings up more than 40%.
385 people.
Over one 2-week stretch this summer, we saw at least 8 children shot and killed. Children ages 10 years old, 7 years old, 3 years old.
Hey, Shalakia, can y'all see the video I'm playing?
Y'all
can't? Oh, Shalakia, ain't nobody say nothing.
Thought it was a sound clip.
Try to put it in the chat.
I don't want to just tell me like you playing the video. I can't see it. All right, so let me bring that back. I couldn't hear nothing either, huh?
Nah, we heard it.
Oh, we heard it.
Oh, you heard it. I'm still. I'll bring it back.
Con.
Y'all can see it now, right?
Murder has been up 40%. NYPD responded to close to 200 shootings. Atlanta saw 31 people injured and at least 5 people killed. This violence is happening within a coronavirus pandemic that officials say is affecting nearly every aspect of the public safety ecosystem.
There's less resources to fight violent crime.
A perfect storm of COVID disruptions. Looking ahead, we are likely going to see more grim headlines. Murder has been up 40% at points this summer here in Chicago compared to last year, with shootings up more than 40%. Over one 2-week stretch this summer, we saw at least 8 children shot and killed. Children ages 10 years old, 7 years old, 3 years old, even 1-year-old. The family of a 3-year-old shot and killed, Makai James, gave insight to a grim reality they are now living.
I never see him again.
Makai was riding with his dad when someone opened fire on the car.
Hearing children talk about that, I feel as if they shouldn't know anything about death at a young age.
But they do.
But they do.
Funerals where children are carrying the caskets of children. What is different is the context with which this violence is happening within a coronavirus pandemic that officials say is affecting nearly every aspect of the public safety ecosystem. Officials point to months of people cooped up indoors, first responders, including police, that have either been infected with COVID or died. By now, all of New York City's 5 boroughs have been affected by this recent uptick in gun violence, and the numbers tell a lot of the story. In June of this year, the NYPD responded to close to 200 shootings. That number was 89 in June of last year. Just recently, New Yorkers woke up to some awful news that a 1-year-old little boy was shot and killed while sitting in a stroller with his family near a playground.
The suffering continues, and now 2 children are the latest victims of gun violence in the city. One of them, a 1-year-old boy who was shot to death in his stroller.
The odds and ends of a family cookout will eventually get cleaned up, but the pain and suffering that happened here will never vanish. Police say a 1-year-old boy was fatally shot in the stomach while sitting inside this stroller around 11:30 Sunday night, now at the center of a crime scene. According to authorities, family and friends were gathered in front of Raymond Bush Playground on Madison Street in Bed-Stuy when it's believed 2 men ambushed them, and sources say shot more than 20 rounds, one hitting the baby baby and 3 adults were also shot, but are expected to recover. All Monday morning, loved ones couldn't hold back tears, refusing to talk on camera, but their neighbors not shy to condemn gun violence.
Please, put these guns down. We don't need no more of this. When does this stop? Friday, my nephew was killed in East New York. Today, a 1-year-old baby. When does this stop? This is a shame. This is a 1-year-old baby seen no life yet.
Just 2 hours earlier, in a separate incident, a 12-year-old was shot in Crown Heights. Now recovering at the hospital, the shootings come at the end of a 4th week of increased gun violence. There were 22 shootings with 28 victims this weekend alone.
And even before that shooting, we saw a very violent 4th of July weekend play out throughout the city in which, according to police, close to 44 shootings left almost 60 victims in their wake. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio believes that is a perfect storm of COVID disruptions that we've seen recently. There's the economy taking a hit, record unemployment, a lot of families being displaced.
And the pandemic has placed people under great financial, mental, and emotional strain. And so all of those things can trigger more violence.
The mood across the city of Atlanta has been tense. Then the July 4th holiday weekend happened. Over that weekend, Atlanta saw 31 people injured and at least 5 people killed. Among them was an 8-year-old named Sequoia Turner.
Talked about her a couple weeks ago.
Sequoia Turner was out on a drive with her mother in Atlanta. And as we've heard from police sources, they were getting off an exit very near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks had that fatal encounter with police. What we saw follow was just really raw emotion at a press conference by the mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who has really been emotional throughout.
We're fighting the enemy within when we are shooting each other up on our streets in the city, and you shot and killed a baby. And it wasn't one shooter, there were at least 2 shooters. An 8-year-old baby. Enough is enough.
Summer months in cities tend to come with a rise in shootings, but it's never easy to accept, especially when the victims are so young and innocent.
This is worse than Afghanistan, by far. This is worse than anything anyone's ever seen.
Hey, Shalakia. Hey, we talked about this, I think, 2 weeks ago. We killing ourselves, man. We killing our future. And I don't even know if we realize it, man. We opening up the doors for a Trump, his cronies, for them to send military people into our cities. You know, I don't mean to transition so quickly, but that's the next point. See, at the end of that video, what he was talking about was the reasoning behind him sending Shalom, Adawan. I didn't even know you were
Shalom, Adawan.
Yeah, but your boy Trump was talking about how the reasoning behind he wants to send basically soldiers into your cities is because of the violence. But my thing, why are you killing each other, man? Why? You don't even really know why. You just angry. You just angry. Go ahead.
Salaki, we know why. The curses has not ended yet.
That's right.
That's right.
We all still thinking that just because we woke up and or we thinking just because we in camps, go to camp, know the word, cut a heathen, we can just read the Bible front to back. We can quote everything. Nowhere in there says when the curses has ended just because you woke up. The curses are still there. Deuteronomy 28 and 54 is still there.
Right.
It hasn't changed. We're still under the curses. Them curses going to be there until he says enough. Everybody keeps saying that we're out of that 400-year period of captivity. Okay. It didn't say anything about the curses. So that's why our people still off. That's why our people still being foolish. That's why things are still happening.
Hey, we know those who study, we know, you know what I'm saying, the curses is real. And it's affecting us, and it's affecting us daily. It's just, you know, I can't even front, man. This walk is very frustrating. And the only thing that we have is our faith.
That's right.
I don't know.
Yes,
it's like yeah.
See,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, basically, how people be talking about? Oh, that was the other one. How people be talking about the curses. You know, like I don't know, I was just saying the curses being up or whatever else. All you gotta look around. All you gotta do is look around. Basically, captivity is a curse.
That's it. Come on.
when you out of captivity, that's when you can probably be talking about the curses lifted. But as long as you can look around and you in somebody else's country, you can't be hollering about no curses being up. It's a curse within itself.
I want to bring out something because this is what we do. And bring out Revelations 10 and 10, right? Because this is where everyone's seeing. I won't say you forget, but this is the reason why. Okay. The curses are there, but like you just said before, you're sitting telling you there's a reason, man. You woke up and you're like, your spirit is vexed. There's a reason for it. Anybody have it? Go ahead, bring it up.
God, Book of Revelation, chapter 10 and verse 10. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up. And it was in my mouth sweet as honey.
See, that's whenever we get started into this word, man, you wake up, you know the truth, everything is good, you know that you're the chosen people, the Most High got your back, big brother Yahweh Shai is right there with you. We in this thing, you know what I'm saying? You know who you are, you ain't got to worry about stuff, the truth. You're like, yeah. And then what?
And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter.
And that's when your eyes open up and be like, whoa, there's a lot more to this.
Right.
You realize 2/3 not going to make it.
That's right.
You realize who the wicked people are, but then you realize, damn, our own people.
That's right.
It's just as wicked.
That's right.
Then you realize, wow, you turn around, you're like, I got to share something with you that's so profound, something that's so awesome. And then you realize the division is in your own house. That's your own enemy.
Bring that out.
That's right.
That's the bitterness is that your own people that's supposed to be with you since the beginning now hate you.
That's right.
That's that bitterness when it hits your belly that you're like, man, that's why it's sharper than a two-edged sword. You can cut, but you can get cut. Not only do it hurt, you can get hurt by it. Everyone's gonna feel this pain. He said, I ain't come to bring anything else but a division. And that's what we don't realize. And when you read this word and you start to eat it and it goes in, you digest it, you let it go through. And I like to say all the time, let it marinate. Man, when it hits, it's different. And sometimes that's when you realize it's not for everybody. That's what's so hard. It ain't for your mom. It ain't for your dad. It ain't for your nana. It ain't for papa. It ain't for your daughter. It ain't even for your nephew. It ain't for your neighbor. It ain't for probably so many people. Probably yourself. That's what's so hard. That's the bitterness. So that's why Aharon, when he brought that out and he said, man, this is tough. And then you hear the news. That's why he said you gotta grieve. It has to vex your spirit, because who is sighing and crying for everything that's going on but those who's awakened? Because everybody else is comfortable in their world. This is their heaven. They happy. Enjoy your heaven. This is our hell.
That's right.
Hey, somebody get that sign crying Ezekiel. But I wanted to bring out this precept real quick. Book of Matthew, chapter 25, and start at verse 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on his left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come ye blessed of my father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Let's drop down to verse 41. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Hey, the Most High is going to separate the wheat from the tares, man.
That's
The
right.
goats at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Which side do you want to be on? You know, which side, are you willing to do what it takes? You know what I'm saying? To get on the right side of the Most High.
That's right.
And Salaki, it's good that you brought that out because he also put the remedy in the book. Like Adawan said, you eat the little book, it's sweet, but it's also got that remedy for you. It has the remedy for you. Hosea 4:1. Somebody get that and read that. Hosea 4:1.
The book of Hosea, chapter 4 and verse 1. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land.
That's it. See, the Most High has a controversy. And it's with our people because we're not functioning and operating in his laws. So now what's the spirit out in the world now? A lot of us, like Adawan said, 2/3 ain't even gonna make it. 2/3 are not gonna make it, and people don't understand that. Drop down to verse 6. Read that.
Book of Hosea, chapter 4 and verse 6. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the laws of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
There you have it. There you have it. Because we are operating not with knowledge of the Most High, then the Most High, he would then put that rod on us. All the things we've been talking about tonight, he bring that rod and put it on you. And you will feel like he just left you. But you got the confidence and the hope of the scriptures to know that all we have to do is come back to these laws, statutes, commandments, and we shall be lifted up.
That's right.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Somebody else said Shalakia? Hey, we gonna go to this next video. I really wanted to bring this out. Let me make sure I'm on that. Let me see. Yeah, this is Esau's wickedness has no bounds, man. And they've been plotting and scheming for this day and the days to come for a long time. While we've been smoking blunts and drinking beers and going after the girls, you know what I'm saying? Partying and standing on couches. Esau been training their kids how to shoot. They've been storing up weapons. They've been storing up helicopters and tanks. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing all types of, they've been passing laws. You know, they've been doing all types of things, man. Hey, check this out.
A controversial federal government program restarted by the Trump administration is under renewed scrutiny as more police officers armed to the teeth with military-grade weapons are deployed to streets across the country. The 1033 program, which allows the military to pass down combat equipment to local police, was scaled back during the Obama administration. But President Trump signed an executive order to fully revive it. Critics are now calling again for a review of 1033 after reports of excessive violence by cops at protests across the country. Actually, what is the 1033 program?
It's a 3-decade-old program. What it does is it allows local police departments and also federal agencies to apply to get excess military equipment equipment that was either used and no longer used or was never used, and they can get that for the purposes of police enforcement. And what you see when you look through the records, which is what we did, is you do see a lot of ballpoint pens, you see, and desks and tents, but you also see a lot of semi-automatic weapons, and you see tanks, and you see some helicopters going to local police departments. And what critics say is that this type of equipment was never meant for police use. And when you put it into the hands of police, it turns those the forces into paramilitary groups and not agencies that are supposed to be protecting citizens.
You know, with all these protests sweeping across America, people have been comparing this moment to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. And much like the 1960s, law enforcement officers have met these calls to end police brutality with even more police brutality.
Across the country, peaceful protests have too often devolved into standoffs with heavily armed police using military-style tactics. Flashbangs, tear gas, rubber bullets, helicopters, armored vehicles.
Law enforcement in riot gear approach a barrier. Protesters on the other side, hands up in the air, chanting, "Don't shoot." But that's exactly what they did, shooting tear gas and rubber bullets.
The threat of terrorism after 9/11 convinced many departments to stock up. Now, those departments are facing off against their own citizens.
Just take a moment to think about that. The police department got this heavy-duty equipment to fight terrorists. That's why they got the equipment, post 9/11. And now they're using it against Americans. And I'm sorry, what about these people screams terrorists to you? Like, maybe I've forgotten my history, but I don't remember the part where Al-Qaeda attacked America with cardboard signs.
But the question I have to you is, along with the military equipment, was training provided for these local police departments who found themselves with an armored vehicle?
There is no training required with this program, right? So the federal agency that runs it, they approve each grant. So what they say is they police it. They look to see whether the police department has the ability to train its officers. But once the equipment is transferred from the military to the local police departments, they wash their hands of it. It is up to the police departments to train their own people. And there are some programs that are transferred through this program, training programs that the military didn't use, but generally they get this equipment. And one of the ones we saw was a town, Patterson in Georgia. It's a population of 700, and they got $1 million combat training unit. So, I guess that's training, but what are we training them for?
You know, that's the question that I have. Why do the police departments even need this stuff?
The studies that have looked at this show, and interesting, one study I read said the scientists said, we don't usually see a causal relationship. We usually see some things we can call correlations, but we don't usually see a causal relationship. But in this instance, with the 1033 program, we do. We see that police departments who participate in this program end up being more violent.
Yo, they done snatched the brother out of the wheelchair. They like all them Esau's around. They done attacked the brother who's handicapped. It's
wicked.
And an argument I've heard some people make is that the only reason the police are doing this is because the protesters are looting or being violent. That's what they say. No, they're doing this because the people are violent. But as happens so often, the police's story never matches the actual footage. Because for the past week, the internet has been full of videos of police officers attacking protesters with no provocation whatsoever.
Caught on camera from coast to coast, alleged excessive force by police officers. Attacks against protesters who were demonstrating against police brutality.
In New York, police drove a vehicle into a crowd of people protesting there. In Los Angeles, police swing batons at people who witnesses say were simply standing with their hands up.
A New York police officer caught on camera pushing a woman who was demonstrating.
An officer pulling a man's face mask off and spraying him with pepper spray.
This unsettling image of an officer kicking a woman who was maced.
Caught on camera, a protester run over by an HPD mounted patrol unit at the height of the protests.
We as black people deal with this every day. Black and brown people are treated brutally every day.
And something I think...
Hey, I'm gonna stop that right there. Hey, the whole idea of this video right here was to show how they're giving the police department and the federal agents military grade equipment to help subdue not just us, but Esau too. You know what I'm saying? This is literally Egypt. We got to take into consideration because in the scriptures, it's talking about us for the most part. But if you get into history, during that famine that happened during Joseph's time, there was a lot of people who went into captivity, not just Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So we got to think that this is Egypt and Esau, Elam. They always put us at the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, this is bondage. You know, for the nations in general, they want to keep them there. Now you talking about a money game. Who got the funds? Who got the, you know what I'm saying? The ability, the friends, power. You know what I'm saying? But when it's all said and done, all of those nations in this captivity has had their hand on suppressing us or oppressing us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so like I was gonna say also, you notice how they wanted to defund the police, right? You know, that is the worst thing you will ever be able to do. I know people don't like the police. No one does. I'm gonna tell you something. You're gonna go, it's like pick your poison. You're gonna go from not wanting to have the police, who's a pain in the ass, by the way. They are a pain in the ass. But you're gonna go from not wanting to have the police to
I don't want some of them are the pain in the ass. Some of them. So we got some good cops. We got some good cops out there.
Right, we do. So I'm not even gonna go there. But everyone knows not everybody's a good one. So I'm gonna say this. So you know, so you're gonna go from the police who is doing a thing to a militarized force that is not locally controlled, but is controlled by the government so far away, you're not going to be able to reach out, pick up the phone and say, let me just going to call and I'm going to complain about this. Okay. You're going to sit here and going to say, oh, this is going to be better. Do you think anyone in the branches of the military is going to be listening to you? Because they're going to have even more stricter rules. Okay. Things are a whole lot different. And no one's paying attention to it. Everybody saying we want to defund. Okay, that's what the enemy wants. They want you to defund the police so they can bring in martial law. It's a big setup. This is the big plan because this is going to be the easiest way to slide on in because everyone's going to act a fool. Don't you think it's kind of odd, like all of a sudden now, out of the blue, the police everywhere just don't care about anybody, anything? Right. Like you said, you got some good cops out there who's like, yo, I'm actually trying to do my job. And all of a sudden you just got these random rogues who just don't care. I know we got plenty of Karens out there and plenty of Brads. But you got some cops out there that's like, today I got my orders. And it's to not care. And so now they're going to cause a ruckus. They're going to get the people stirred up. Now everybody said defund the police. They don't say nothing about better training. Let's fire everybody who was in charge of that precinct. Let's fire everybody who was out there and hire some people in. How about we make it harder for people to become a policeman? How about we actually do some better checks on people so they can become a policeman? Instead, let's defund the police so that now we have these other issues that's going to pop up to be like, oh, okay, how about this? We're just going to go ahead and just defund the police altogether so we can have more chaos. Come on, man. You got to look beyond what's in front of you. Who's pulling the strings? Who's the man behind the curtain? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's why when you watch the news, they're perpetuating everything. They want to fuel it. Oh, look at this shooting. Look at this shooting. Look at this. Look at this. But how many other good things was ever done? Have you ever noticed on the news how often they put on there the good versus the bad? 10 people died today, but we're not going to say anything else about anything positive.
Hey, Shalakia, we brought this out last week about the watching that Nick Cannon video. They said it's 6 people who run all the media. You know what I'm saying? Who's in control of all of the media companies, all of the information, the magazines, the radios, everything that's coming out. There you go. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to allow for specific information to come out. And we know who them 6 people are. We know who these people are. Those are the same people who get mad anytime you start saying anything about who we truly are. They get upset. And they want to call you anti-Semitic.
Hey, Salaki, I'm going to tell y'all something. I was reading this book, right? I highly recommend for you to have this in your back pocket. So not just for those who want to say, oh, you've been anti-Semitic and everything. How about you read this book? Keep this in your back pocket. Find the good stuff like I did, and I highlighted in here in the book, right? See what I'm saying? So when they say, you guys are being mean. You guys have been wait a minute. It says right in here. That's not who they are.
That's right.
So what you yelling at me about?
Right.
I just bringing up the truth. Oh, you hate the truth.
So Salagia.
Yeah.
Salagia Adawan. One of them wrote it. It's not like they can even say that, oh, this was somebody else that wrote it. One of them wrote the book and admits, Khan.
Khan.
Let me help you out. You got a minute? I know people want to go to bed and everything. My bad. I get turned up by this because, like, I don't want y'all all said we need to start bringing out these books and everything more. I just want to bring out something, all right, for all those naysayers out there. All right, we got a minute.
Bring it out.
Yeah, bring it out. I don't want.
This is, first of all, let me just show you the title of one of the chapters. Somebody can read that? No, I got to slide it over here this way. What does that say? What's that word?
Conversion.
Conversion.
Brothers got to deal with that.
You gotta go. I thought you were born into this. Let me see what the chat. Let's see what the chat says. Does anyone say that? Can you see that? Conversion. That's the title of one of the chapters. Conversion, written by your own people, right? So let's see what he says in here. I'm just gonna give you a little blurb. Just a little blurb. All right. Let me see. I'm just gonna read this. This is chapter, which is chapter 2. I'm gonna go to page 66. Go ahead and get your highlight out since you got the book in there.
Yeah. I'm about to get mine too.
Yeah, you got yours too, right? That's right. We're gonna learn y'all something today, okay? And make sure y'all share this with the rest of your friends and stuff like that as well. I mean, I got plenty more, but this is the part I wanted to see. Conversion, right? That's right, Kasad. It says. Now, what it is, I'm gonna give you, because they're Khazars and everything, right? But also that their king at the time, his name was Joseph. Really? He was going around calling himself Joseph. Let that sink in. So check this out. So what it was, I'm gonna give you a little synopsis of what's going on. He wrote this letter, and he's writing to another king over there to try to say, hey, I am this great guy, and I am trying to do something great for my people. And this guy asks in return, so tell me a little bit about yourself and who you are and all this other good stuff, right? Listen to this. All right, here we go. So this is the guy's letter to this other heathen. Check this out. The letter, which will be discussed in more detail later on, contains a list of questions about the Khazar state, its people, method of government, armed forces, and so on, including an inquiry to which the 12 tribes Joseph belonged to, right? This seems to indicate that has died, though the Jewish Khazars to hail from Palestine, as the Spanish Jews did, okay? And perhaps even to represent one of the lost tribes, okay? So this guy's got to prove himself that he's coming from one of the lost tribes. So this is what your own man said in his book that he wrote. Joseph, not being of Jewish descent, belonged, of course, to none of the tribes.
That's right.
Skip it down. So this man right here.
What page did you want, Otto?
Page 66.
All right, kind of.
So we're gonna keep going. So I'm gonna slide on down to the next paragraph. All right, skipping along. So check this out. Joseph's narrative starts with a eulogy of his ancestor, King Bulan, a great conqueror. I'm on the last paragraph on that same page. A great conqueror and a wise man who drove out the sorcerers and idolaters from his land. Subsequently, an angel appeared to King Bulan in his dreams, exhorting him to worship the only true God and promising that in exchange, he will bless and multiply Bulan's offspring and deliver his enemies in his hand and make his kingdom last to the end of the world. This, of course, is inspired by the story of the covenant in Genesis. And it implies that the Khazars, too, claim the status of a chosen race. Here you go. Let's say this for the chat. Let's see what they're going to say. Here we go. Who made their own covenant with the Lord, even though they were not descendant from the Abraham seed.
That's
Your man said that.
You gotta highlight that in a different color.
Your man said that. He said he didn't even come from Abraham's seed. What?
That's right.
What? So let me hit you. Let me hit you with a right hook. Okay, I just kicked you in the stomach. Let me hit you with a right hook. Let me hit you with a Mike Tyson. Right? Check this out. Check this out. Go to page 69. I mean, there's so many more now, but I'm just for the sake of time. Check this out. So this is him going through, okay? And this man is sitting there and he's trying to understand because once again, these guys are copycats. All they want to do, the guy was trying to copy. You got to read the whole conversion chapter. It's amazing. This guy, all he wanted to do was become somebody for his nation, right? So he said, what can I do? I need to figure out who I need to talk to. I need to get a hold of a Christian and I'm gonna get a hold of a Muslim, right? He said, let me find out what's going on. Check this out. I am on page 69 at the top. I'm just reading right in the middle of the sentence. He asked the Christian, because before he was talking to a bishop, all right? He asked the Christian, which of the other two religions is nearer the truth? He asked a Christian. And the Christian answered, the Jews. He confronts the Muslim with the same question and gets the same reply. What?
Right.
But we're being anti-Semitic. But he's asking, who has the truth? We do. Your boy wrote that. Not us, bro. Not us.
That's right.
Okay? Let that soak in just a little bit. Oh, you know what's even better? There you go. Now, if you want to spit in their eye, you can do this one right here. Hey, the water. You can spit in the eye with this one. Hey, check this out. Everybody's in the chat, and let everybody else know. Check this out. Go to page 72. If you got it. This is in the middle of the paragraph when it starts with Joseph. All right. Joseph proceeds to provide a genealogy of his people. Okay, once again, this is the king, right? This is this man doing research on his own people. This is Joseph. Somehow, I don't know, Joseph, whatever. Though a fierce Jewish nationalist, proud of wielding the scepter of Judah, right? He cannot and does not claim for them Semitic descent. I repeat, he cannot and does not claim for them Semitic descent. He traces their ancestry not to Shem, but to Noah's third son, Japheth, and more precisely to Japheth's grandson, Togarmah. What? And you're claiming to be us? And you're saying we're being anti-Semitic? And then when we're Shemites? Shut up. I need to apologize to my brothers out there because I'm so sorry I hurt your feelings. No, your people wrote this.
That's right.
I think they stole that identity too. Japheth identity too.
Hey, that's all they did was steal. You read the conversion, that's all they did.
Their asses is Amalek. And that's why the Most High say you're going to war with Amalek forever, throughout all the from generation to generation.
Come.
They still have goodies in here. I'm like, he said before deciding whether he was Jewish, Christian, or a Muslim God. What? He's making the decision. Who I want to be? Do I want to be a Christian, a Jew, or do I want to be a Muslim? What? But you're mad at us for saying that you are a liar. Boy, stop. Oh man, bye, Dumia. We can read now. Don't taste the Hebrew. That's right. I'm telling y'all, it's a wrap. You finished, Esau. It's gone. And some of them ain't Esau. You Japheth. We don't even talk about you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you're finished. You have nothing left. The tank is on E. You're running. Hey, didn't they say they saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning? Because it's time. He realized his time is short. It's rain is over. It's over. What else he saying here? Where is it at?
You gonna have to bring this out. I don't want.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna plan on doing a lesson on this and everything, because everybody want to be in here and claim that they want to be somebody else and somebody else is better, and we can't say this, or you're gonna hurt my career and everything. Most High got our back.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? We still in captivity, by the way. What the hell else they gonna do with us? We keeping this to death. You see what I'm saying? That's how you supposed to be doing it. Hey, it's the end of the world as we know it. Con.
Appreciate
it. Bring it out.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 16, verse 19. O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress and my refuge, in the day of affliction, the Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit.
That's right.
They thinking that they're the people, and you know, I was tripping on this the other day. Is a lot of them really don't even know that they not. They don't even know. They have no clue. And, I was talking with one of my folks out here, and he was saying how he was in Starbucks, and you know, Jewish girl was in there, and they was talking, and she was like, "Oh, I'm Jewish," and then he said, "Oh yeah, what tribe are you from?" And she ain't had no answer for him, and so you know he was just like, because you know, I'm from the tribe of Gad. So what tribe are you from? She couldn't say nothing. They had nothing to say, and they don't know.
They don't know.
No.
They're never not gonna know. I've heard them say that they're Levi.
We've heard that.
And you know what's funny though? I saw a video of them doing. I'm sorry, Slovakia. Some kind of blessing, waving a chicken.
Yeah.
Where they do that at in the Bible? Y'all wicked as hell, man. Yeah, we don't even do none of that. That's witchcraft. Y'all need to get out of here. Then quit.
You know, they got that from. I think they got that from Ham. They got that from. That's a Hamitic custom right there. I don't know what the heck that is.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's over. It's a wrap, man. Because you gotta listen to some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you just look into listen to the table of contents, they're gonna go in here from the rise, the conversion, to their decline, to their fall. Right? Part 2, the heritage. That's when you get in the Exodus. They got their own Exodus. The whole time they claiming, you know what they are? Poland and Russia.
Wow.
So what? How'd you fit in our Exodus? Where they from? The cross currents and the race and the myths. All this stuff. This guy breaks it all down. You know, they took our language and added their own from before. That's come as Yiddish because they don't even write the same characters. Everything is off with them. They're the opposite. They can't claim us. Everybody know they fake as hell. They got driven out by other heathens and stuff. They don't even like them. You see what I'm saying? But check this. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Hezekiah from the Patreon. Check this out. This was donated to the Sons of Thunder right here. All right. This book. Oh, he fell out. He needed to see this. This right here. Russian icons. Before, this book used to cost thousands of dollars. Now, since the truth is coming out, and damn near everything is on Amazon, you can get this for the low. But now check this. There we go. That this book is beautiful. There's other books that I had that I just got before this one, but like I said, the brother, he donated this to us and everything. That shows the people right throughout here, and I'm gonna show some of the people online because you know we usually go online to look the stuff up. I know even I don't want LEL has done the same thing, right? So check this that you see. Trying to find somebody who that y'all can relate to. Oh, who's that? Who could that be with the around his head? Who could that be?
Yeah, I was shocked.
That doesn't look that doesn't look like who y'all been worshiping this whole time, huh? Who's the rest of them people with him? You think? You see what I'm saying?
Don't look like Esau. They ain't Caesar Borgia.
I know, right? So that's why I just wanted to show you guys. So I'm just flipping through here. You guys can finish talking, but I'm just wanting to just flip this. So those who can see, you know, the archangel and stuff like that, who's Michael, who got the curls and everything, he ain't got that straight hair and everything, you know what I'm saying? Just let the people know. You see what I'm saying? But don't mind me, y'all can keep on going. I'm just flipping in case people want to know. They can be like, oh snap.
Hey, Ottawa, you're gonna have to come. You're gonna have to come back on the show, man, and break all this down.
That's right.
Because I know people are interested in this. I'm interested in this.
Exactly.
So, but we still got some points we got to get out. About. No, we need you. We need you. We need you because we want to. I'm just gonna skip over. I'm gonna go right into nation building, man. Because listen. We don't want to be part of Esau's kingdom. We don't want Amalek to be in charge of our nation, telling us what we can and can't do. You know?
That's right.
So we need to get back. We need to come together and start building our nation and preserve and have paintings like this. You know what I'm saying? Show who we truly are. Exchange knowledge of books and information. This is what we're trying to do. We kind of come together and do. And so I wanted to ask you, Adawan, before we go into the lesson about this weekend and your experience with the Masra Yasharala.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because that is our government. You know, we are officially, as far as I know, we officially part of the Marshal Yasharala now. Right? I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the government, the government of Israel.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so all praise to the Most High, man. We coming together and we trying to build a nation inside of our captivity. You know what I'm saying? So, I got blessed to be able to go to the summit in Miami a couple of months back, man, and it was a great experience. And so I seen some of the videos. I know some of y'all brothers and sisters did too over this last weekend in DC. Adawan Akara was out there, so we just want to ask about some of your experiences.
Okay, Khan. 1 second. Yeah, it's like it. All right, so this past weekend we went up there to the Marshal Yasharala, and so I can just bring this on out that as you say is the government of Israel. And I'm going to read something, read a statement, because this actually, there is a website you can go to. It is marshalyasharala.com. Okay, so you can actually do that. So if you want to pull that, you can bring it up if you want to. The Marshal Yasharala means government of Israel, which is under the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Hamashiach Yahushua. Its objective is to build a government structure to ultimately rebuild the nation of Israel, Yasharala. All right, which are the 12 tribes of Israel, which are the so-called Negroes, West Indians, the Haitians, Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, Dominicans, the Panamanians, the Mexicans, North, South, and Central America Indians, scattered and dispersed throughout the earth, which means the remnant of our people left in Africa, Asia, Europe, Arabia, India, China, Far East, the Caribbean islands, and the Pacific islands, and essentially the four corners of the earth. All right, come on, good, you bring it up. The government of Israel is based upon the foundation of the law, statutes, and commandments of the Torah and the Gospels in the Bible, given to us by Yahweh by Hashem Hamashiach Yahushua. Okay, as you guys can see, you can do that for yourselves. So, to go on, what we did, we went out there. Okay, what it was to gather us together because we didn't get the opportunity to have the normal Marshal Yasharala, but what we ended up doing, it was basically a giant unity camp because we didn't have a venue because of thank you. As far as what we ended up having to do, so we ended up going out there on Black Lives Matter Boulevard. So we was out there for that. So in doing so, there was a bunch of camps out there. If you have the pictures that I sent to you, you can pull them up if you want to. But as you can see through your screen as well, and by the way, we can see all your email too. So, yeah, you don't might not want to show everything. So, as you can see,
show it.
Okay, is that we was out there. It was a multitude of camps. Not all of them make it. Not everybody even agree. But what we're trying to do is come together, a nation not desired. And this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to build. We're trying to bring everybody together. Okay. And so just so you know who's even in it, if you just go back to the beginning of the Marshal Yasharala, that main page, and you just start scrolling all the way down, you can see all the different camps that even signed up. But yeah, so just start scrolling. See, therefore you can see who's all involved. Okay. To who's even a part of it. So what we were out there doing was we was out there bringing out the word in spirit and in truth. You see what I'm saying? And we're doing that day was really no different from when you say any other camp day. Okay. So we were out there all day long. You know, the camp started at 1, I think it ended at whenever, I think it was like 8:30, almost like 9 o'clock. Yeah, it was almost like about 8:30, right? And then Priest Kahan actually turned around and got the oil and started anointing brothers. So you might even see some of that in our pictures too that I had put up. So Rick, we was out there, but at the same time while we were trying to build, you know that we even had you got your typical people come by and listen, but it wasn't like a normal day. There was too much power out there. there was way too much spiritual power out there. The nonsense didn't even try to come up. Some people try to come and ask some things and been a little silly, whatever, but there was no time and place for that. You see what I'm saying? And everybody was out there. Everybody was on the same code. Everybody was out there in the same spirit. It wasn't about my camp better than your camp. I need to teach more, or I got something better to want to bring out. The common goal was to bring us together so that at the same time we can let the world know who we are, condemn all the heathens that's out there, and to show the people that the whole Black Lives Matter, the facade that they have out there, it's all fake. Because you got so many other people who was out there doing their own thing, you know what I'm saying? That didn't really amount to anything. Nothing.
That's your cousin. Said hi. She said hi. She said hi. He said.
Oh, somebody other email came up now. Uh-oh. You gotta put that on mute. Somebody else's email popped up.
Stop my machine ain't sharing, so somebody's playing something.
Yeah, it was just something probably in the background from the last video. But what it was really good because not only do you get to meet and greet other brothers from other camp, but then you realize we're on the same page. We're on the same page. Everyone is going in the same direction. Everyone had the same mentality. Everyone was out there cutting the same people. Everybody had that same desire to want more for their nation, want more for their people. You see what I'm saying? That's why, oh nation, that desire, you need to come together. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? There's no time for camp banging and all that other stuff. We don't care about that. We're trying to push this word. This is the most important thing that's out there. This is the hottest thing going. You see what I'm saying? You want to be a good rapper? You want to find some bars? You go ahead and do Proverbs. Go in the side rack. Bars.
Got bars.
You see what I'm saying? People want to try to find out who they are. Read. What's my purpose in life? Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Hey, what I need to do to get right? What's some advice you have? Read Proverbs. Read Psalms. Know a little bit more about your history. Understand where you come from. You see what I'm saying? That's how we're going to be building. We coming together. And all we're doing is laying bricks. And eventually we have another kingdom again. So that's all we're doing.
Right.
One group got a little bit of bricks. We got some bricks. Sakari got their bricks. LOG got their bricks. LOI got their bricks. We come together and we start building. Bam! Before you know, you got a kingdom. So that's all we do. We're not trying to build no, I would say, a little an apartment. We're trying to build the bridge that people who do not know, who wants to know, can cross our bridge to get to the kingdom. We're laying those bricks out there. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
That's why if we can sit here and come together and do this kind of work, and we just land the foundation down and say, yo, let's get this going. Instead of having a little narrow little path, man, we got a super highway. Like, let's go. Just follow. And then you can learn from everybody. You're like, man, this is awesome. And all your rest stop is a different camp. I'm going here. I just learned something from you guys. I learned something from you guys. I learned something from you guys. You know how you become a great fighter? It's not that you are polished in that degree or that element. You see what I'm saying? A great fighter is someone who can take every different style and incorporate it into one. That's an awesome fighter because he can fight multiple styles. You can ground and pound. I can stand up. I can box. I can kick. You're dangerous. So you know where we are? We're dangerous. Because we got Old Testament, we got New Testament, we got the Apocrypha.
That's right.
And then what made us even more dangerous, we got some more tools. We got more stuff. This is the nation building. You see what I'm saying? Because we're reaching out to say, hey, it's more than just the Bible, but dang, use other books to get your point across, to cut people. You see what I'm saying? See, our people know this because all we want to do is watch the Housewives of Atlanta. All we want to do is sit there and watch a baseball game. See what I'm saying? We're not taking the time to, as I don't want y'all wall say, we need to get back into these books.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? We haven't gotten away from that.
That's right.
It's so much meat out there than just the Bible. I'm gonna show you this right here. Because when Priest Kahan brought this out, and I said, "Oh, I got a screenshot that, and I got that. The holiday hustle. How the black man, the black woman spend the most money than any other nation out there for the holidays, so we can make everybody else rich." You see what I'm saying? This is what the problem is. That's why we learn in part and we teach in part, because everybody has a little bit of something. But we got to be able to start digging into these books. You see what I'm saying? And once we start doing that, man, who's going to run up on you? What are they going to scoff about? Oh, you guys read too much. All right. Oh, you guys know too much of the Bible.
Hey, Adawan, you guys don't have the spirit.
You guys got the spirit because it's about
you know the Bible. You know the Bible, but you ain't got the spirit. That's what they said.
Yeah, the spirit. I thought me warning my people, waking them up to the truth, showing them that they're kings and queens of the earth. Well, I'm sorry, Salaka, that they're actually the kings, and then they're actually on top of the world over all nations. And then, but we're not in the spirit. And the book is about you.
That's right.
That means this word ain't for you. Because you don't want to hear nothing about your people being awesome. You can go ahead and stay in the back. That's what I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys got a whole lot more stuff. Because like I said, I start jumping in these books and I start just slicing stuff like that.
Hey, Salakia. You said, hey, we was talking about bricks, because you big on that. You've been, as long as I've known you, you've been telling brothers to put your brick in. Put your brick in. And I kind of weigh it off on me a little bit, you know. That's what I be telling soldiers, I don't want y'all to tell you. I'll be telling our soldiers all the time, you gotta find a way to, you gotta mute you out. Oh, that's not you. This is right. Mute your mic. Oh, yeah. I don't want y'all to tell you, man. I've been telling brothers all the time, man, put your brick in. Find a way to put your brick in. And just like we was talking about building a nation, I want to go to Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 19. It says, "Now therefore ye are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of God, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Hamashiach Yahushua himself being the chief cornerstone." You know what I'm saying? This is how we build. We build off of Hamashiach, man. We're going to build off the prophets, off the apostles. We're going to build off the word of the Most High. Man, and that's nation building. If we building off anything else, it's going to fall. But if we keep Yahushua as the chief cornerstone, man, we're going to build something amazing. Right. You got to trust and believe that, man.
Right. And like you said, as far as building your bricks and stuff, right? And that's when we was out there with WFI and stuff like that. And everybody was saying, you know, you got to be on fire for this. And I always ask people, how bad do you want it? Are you hungry enough? How much do you want this word? You see what I'm saying? I like to see it as, are you on a spiritual diet? Or are you fat and filled with this word? You see what I'm saying? See, that's when you can weigh yourself. Am I spiritually fat or am I spiritually like anorexic? Some people just bulimic. I got the word. I read the word, and then you be like, I'm about to go to the club. And you just spit it all back out. You don't even sit. But y'all already know what that is. You see what I'm saying?
You're gonna keep it. You're gonna keep it to yourself. You're gonna get the word. I'm gonna just keep it to myself. I'm gonna just stay at home and just keep it all to myself, without teaching the brothers and sisters, without teaching your family and friends, or at least trying to attempt.
And especially when you want to do that work, but granted, some of us get really discouraged. Some people actually just be like, I'm so tired because my family don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. And I'm tired of being left out. I can't eat the food my grandma cook anymore because it used to be so good because she used to put that big fat piece of bacon and lard in there and it made it taste that much better than the greens and everything. Now I'm on this lettuce, rabbit food and everything. And then people fall out. But it's easy. Or some people just really didn't have it. Their roots wasn't really deep enough. They were thrown into the sand. They never took hold. And so that's when people start making excuses. Oh, I just can't. I'm always doing this. Or I should be, but I just, And then all of a sudden you become lukewarm. You don't even know it. And before you know it,
blow your candlestick right on out.
Blow right on out, man. So that's why I gave the analogy tonight to one of the brothers and sisters that I was on the phone with. I told him, I said, it's like, think of it like a piece of coal. You see what I'm saying? You have a piece of coal and you got a raging fire that's going on right in front of you. You take, I don't care if it's not coal, you take a log out. You take it out and you sit it off to the side by itself. Eventually, that log or that coal is going to start to dim out. It's not going to have that much heat. It's not going to give out that much light until it starts to get colder and colder. But you take that same log or that same piece of coal and you put it back into the fire, it ignites again. And now it's hot. And now it's in addition to the heat source. It's giving more fuel to it. Now you're surrounded by other fire. And now all you're doing is carrying it forward. See, that's why a lot of times we can't be individuals trying to go through not only this walk, but actually go through your own issue. So we got to understand that when we build these bricks and we start laying our foundation, we can't sit and think we can do it alone. How long do you think it's going to take for any of you to build a house by yourself compared to having a whole squad with you? That's hard. Everybody knows it takes a long time to change a tire by yourself, but if you got someone, but you look at how a professional race car team goes, that car come in, by the time it stopped, they jacked it up. At the same time, people changed the tire. There's another guy who put the tire on. There's another guy putting fuel in it. There's another guy who's going to help drop the damn thing. And there's someone else standing right there giving the guy some water if he needs it. And then he's out in less than 10 seconds. But let's you try to do something like that. Change out 4 tires by yourself. That's a lot of work. So when we're going to sit and say, hey, we're going to do this, we don't need to sit and say, I got it. It's not a team of me or I.
That's right.
Read the Lord's Prayer. Where did the Lord in there say, at all in his prayer, me or I? I ain't seen it. It's a team effort. It's an army. We're an army. Sorry, there is no army of one. There's an army. You're not RoboCop at all. None of y'all got that kind of skill set. Okay. Granted, only one who could probably be like that truly will be Yahweh Shai, but no one's on that level. So think about it. You need to be as a team. So when I'm down, I have another brother who can pick me up. So whenever any of you guys are down, your job is to pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm going through something. And then I will sit here and I will spread the word to the rest of the squad so that everybody else can get on that phone. And then we're going to get that fire around you to help ignite you again, to get you pumped up so that you can be back on fire and you don't miss a beat. That's how we're going to do it. We do it together as a team.
That's
now,
right.
Marshall Yashua, now we're going to have more teams who can do that. I don't care. You don't have to be a part of our camp. You pick up the phone and call somebody. No one is alone in this. Israel is poor. It's more than one person in Israel. So none of this that we're doing is a solo thing. So that's why our people got to understand that just because you walk into the truth, you thinking you're by yourself. No, trust me. There's other people around you like-minded. That's why you even have the prophets in there who's turn around and say, man, it's just me. I thought this was the end of the world. I thought it was the end. He said, no, man, I got like a couple thousand other people here who hasn't bowed down to the Baal. Come on, man, we got work to do. You be like, oh, for real? I thought it was just me. No. Just because you see something thrown on that shirt don't mean that you don't know that someone else is doing a live right now. Everybody, I'm sure someone else is doing a live. Someone else is doing another video. Someone else is doing a podcast. Someone else is doing some kind of training. Someone else is doing something. You see what I'm saying? It's all about that team.
That's right.
Hey, Shalakia.
Yeah. You know me, I get on a tangent. So.
Yeah, nah, you do your thing. Book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 5.
Bring it out.
So we being many are one body in Christ, and every one members of one another.
That's right.
That's right.
Same thing in 1 Corinthians 12 and start 12. For as the body is one and have many members, and all the members that one body being many are one body, so also is Christ.
That's right.
That's right.
Hey man, we moving as a unit here, man.
That's right.
You know, we moving as that body, moving as a Mashiach, because we have faith in him, we believe in him, and we moving like he moved. We trying to get to that point where we can move like how he moved.
Right.
Right. Salakia. I also got a precept on that Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 10. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow, but woe to him that is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up.
That's right.
That's right. Good precept.
Right. And Con, everybody in the chat, that's right. We're trying. No one has all the answers. None. No one has all the answers. But damn it, we're gonna try to give you some. You know what I'm saying? We all got to do this. But I want to share something. Can I share something with you guys? I'm just so able about this stuff with ebooks, man. Let me hook y'all up with something. Come on. Let me just rub y'all the right way, since we got to talk about Jewish brothers and stuff. Let me rub y'all the right way. Because this is what we were supposed to bring out, that Marshall Yasharala. So, and y'all always like, we got to bring that out. So we're going to bring it out again, but I'm going to give it a chance to do it now, because we didn't get to do it because, you know, when he got on fire, that was it. And he had to run with it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know there's something I don't want y'all all wanted to bring out. So check this out. I just want to just rub y'all the right way, since they're supposed to be our brothers and sisters, right? Let's see how these people feel about your Bible, your faith, and you. Okay? For them to say, you can't say it because you're anti-Semitic. Check this out. This is the book I'm reading right here. Nature knows no color line. All right? This book is heavy. It has a lot of meat on the bone. Okay? This is not a diet book. This is not a quick little read. Okay? This is some ooh-wee. But I just want to read you something. This is in the first chapter. Yeah. All right? This is going to just let you think about these people for a little bit. All right, Ron, I know you love it. So check this out. Let me find where I was. Check this out. This is what these fools had to say. Oh, that's the third instance. Let me get back to the first. Check this. I want you to hear this crap. The third instance of color prejudice is to be found. I'm on page 9, by the way. Page 9. The third instance of the color prejudice is to be found in the rabbinical writings. The early rabbis did very definitely and abundantly say that a black skin was the result of a curse. Oh, and if you got precepts, by the way, feel free to bring them out. Was the result of a curse on Ham by Noah. The signs of this curse said certain rabbis. So you know who a rabbi is. You know who the rabbi is.
Mm-hmm.
The signs of this curse said certain rabbis were a black skin, misshapen lips, and twisted hair. Okay. The Bible says the curse was placed on Canaan, Ham's son. But some rabbis said it was placed directly on Ham. This rabbi, Hujah, right, said that it came forth from the ark. All right. This is the ark. Black skinned. This would mean that Ham, I'm on page 10, had gone into the ark fair skinned, had undergone this change of color in only 190 days that had been in the ark. Ham, it appears, had been guilty of some sexual infraction while in there from having intercourse with his wife to sodomy. These people are trying to say you are black because this man from Ham has sex. He sodomized his wife in 190 days. So even from a light, fair-skinned person, that he was cursed to being dark-skinned. And these people are supposed to be your brothers? Nick Cannon said, these are my brothers? Then listen to what these smart people have to say about that? Where was that account in the Bible? If they're so-called us.
Salakia. Adawan, did you hear about it was one of their rabbis who was talking about black people are like monkeys?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's even better than that though? Our people, or I should say people of color all around, had something to say about those who fair skin. Since everybody want to say that we're monkeys, right? Let me bring up what the book says. Because everything is about this book. Let me bring that out because I had to highlight a lot of that stuff. That's pretty cool. So like, yeah, let me see. Remember it says, it's a here you go. Here we go. Incidentally, the blacks had their theory of the origin of the whites also. Thin lips, straight hair, and a white skin. They said originated from the albino ape, who was the ancestor of the whites. Yeah, so sit on that one for a little bit. You want to say that we come from? Y'all come from the albino apes. That's where you get yours from, your straight hair. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So let's see what else they had to say about this. Because, I mean, all in this book, they just dogging the hell out of them. Here's another one for you. It says that, is it Parkin, a white traveler said it. I'm on page 14, by the way. A white traveler said that Ethiopians said had cat's eyes and monkey hair and that he had lost his skin. Damn. The white man has cat eyes and monkey hair and he lost his skin. Damn, Ethiopians are cutting y'all to the damn bone. This is it. Oh, here's another belief. Oh, wow. Let's see what else a book says. Not us. Let's see what else another book says. Another belief was, and still is. Wow. The book in parentheses said still is. Another belief was, and still is, that white skin was the result of leprosy. Well, damn. Didn't our book say the same thing?
That's right.
But this book just co-signed that. Oh my. I think someone's throwing money in each other's eyes, though, huh? So check this out. I'm gonna let you see what another rabbi said. Since rabbis are like the thing to go do, let's go find us a rabbi, and then let's talk with a Jewish leader and sit down with him. And as I dress in red while he dressed in black, I'm dressing in all black because I'm going to a funeral. Check this. All right. What's this other one that was really dope? One rabbi says they were black at the time. Oh, okay. Let me get back to the beginning. This is on page 12. It could be that the Jews, before they left Egypt, embed some of the color prejudice mentioned by Massey, but it could not have been strong among them because they were dark or even black. One rabbi does say that they were black at the time, that the passage black but calmly from the Songs of Solomon means I was black in Egypt, but calmly in Egypt. So what's this whole thing about adding and taking from the word? Okay. So I'm gonna read on. It is there is no doubt that after 4 centuries in Egypt, the Jews had mixed much with Egyptians and Ethiopians, whom the legend described as black and woolly hair. Thus, the main difference between Hebrew and Egyptian was not racial but religious. Well, duh. We all know that. the form in which economic exploitation then took. So let me jump on down. Furthermore, we have no proof that the original 70 Jews who went into Egypt were white. You're damn right. Because where the hell were they at the damn time? They weren't around us.
They damn sure wasn't around them.
Well, how the hell all of a sudden they get to come back over there and be like, oh, yeah, we just went on vacation a little bit. Even though we're from Poland or Russia. But you claim to be us. What? I'm sorry, the book that says no. So that's the second book I'm looking at that was like, wrong, you're dumb. You see what I'm saying? It's like you keep wanting to go around. It says the Arabs who were ethnically related to the Jews and are largely Negroid. Well, damn. So where did your whiteness come from? All of a sudden, and you're in our land. But we got to apologize to you for your lies. No, that ain't happening.
Salakia, Adam. I got a precept.
Go ahead.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 35 and verse 12. It says, and thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, and that I have heard all thy blasphemies which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying, they are laid desolate, they are given us to consume. Now, if you know Ezekiel chapter 35 and 5, that's where Ezekiel is told to prophesy against the mountains of Edom. Just to give you that context. So now, again, as Adawan was saying, that's just backing it up. That's further proving biblically and historically what's being said, because history and the Bible have to come together in order for them to be cohesive. It has to make sense in order for it to come to life.
Right. So I'm going to show you guys something. Aharon and the rest of you all and those in the chat. I'm going to show y'all something, because these are how these people feel about you all. But yet we're supposed to be apologetic. Yet we're supposed to sit here and comfort people. And yet we're the ones who being mean and all this other, right? Okay. Here's another one this is talking about Cain. All right. All men, on page 14. All men, they said, were originally black, but that when God shouted at Cain in the Garden of Eden for having killed Abel, he turned white from fright. The rabbis, notice who is saying a lot of the trash about us. The rabbis, on the other hand, said that Cain turned black as a curse. Yeah, let that soak in. So, but I got something for you guys, because I want to give you this bad news. I want to give you some inspiring. I want to give you something that's going to bring you up. I want something to make you guys feel good about yourselves, because I'm going to tell you something. This book right here shows you that everybody damn near in Europe worship us. Let me show you. I'm on page 29. This is when they were in Greece. It said the Negro ancestry in the white race. This is in Greece. Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. So when people try to say, go back to where you come from, we ran every damn thing. What the hell are you talking about?
The whole earth is made for us anyway. What you talking about?
Y'all go back into the holes in the rocks. It says white masses bow down to black deities. The rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and Negro mother Melanus, and the worship of black Isis and Horus was popular in Rome. In the Roman colonies as far north as Britain, when this latter evolved into the worship of the Black Madonna and Black Christ, Christian whites also bow down to them. So yeah, y'all gonna get back used to doing that again. You will be bound down one more again.
That's right.
Get ready.
Right.
Stretch really good.
That's right.
Check this. Let me give you some more some sweetness.
And you're gonna lick up the dust too. They're gonna lick up the dust.
The dust.
Get out of one.
Let me give you some more sweetness. It says Shakespeare speaks of the sweet color of the Ethiops in Sonnet 130 raptureless of a black skin and wiry hair. Negroes became the favorites of royalty as far north as Russia. Adopted by royalty, they were given royal surnames. Married persons of rank in some cases became virtual rulers and ancestors of European royalty. Okay. Byron satirized this custom in Don Juan. Blacks and such things such things that gained their bread as favorites and ministers. Negroes were said and were deified in early Greece. They appear as gods in Greek mythology. Whoa, hold on a second. You turn on TV right now, you look at Greek mythology, all you see is a little bit of white boys all over the place, huh? It says right here, the chief title of Zeus, greatest of the Greek gods, was Ethiopes. That is black. Ooh, eat that one a little bit there, bud. So that whitewashing took over a whole lot of stuff. It ain't just the fact that they came up with something else. They worship black people. And from the description of the Ethiopians in early Greek writings, there can be no doubt their identity with living Negroes.
You just brought that book out earlier about the Russian icons. That right there shows you right there.
Yep.
That they were worshiping our skin color, man.
Right. You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh, damn. So you guys got more stuff in there. Let's see.
You're gonna have to get that book. Nature Knows No Color Line. We're gonna have to get that. You might have to put that in.
Yeah. Let's check this out. Because, you know, they even got little pictures in there. Oops. They got pictures. Guess what? Everyone had big lips and curly hair. Got them. Check it out. I'm going to read this one, this paragraph on page 32. At the legendary siege of Troy, black men and women fought with great courage. One of their kings was Black Menon of Ethiopia. The herald and champion of Ulysses, hero of Troy, was black, woolly hair. Eurybates, Zeus, father of the gods, is in love with Lamia, a black princess from Africa. Mylitta, queen of the gods, originally Assyrian, also worshipped in Greece, was black and associated with miscreation. Boy, I can't say that. From her comes the word mulatto. Other black Venuses were melanins, from which is derivative melanin or pigment in the Negro skin. And Scota or Scotia, Egyptian princess married to a Greek, and from whom it is said the name Scotland originated. She is believed to be the ancestress of the Scots. So yes, as brother Elia has always brought out, as many people want to say they Scottish because they want to be like the Scots, who was originally black.
Hey, when did they change the perception of beauty? You know what I'm saying? I always think about that. When did they change? They changed the perception of beauty, and our sisters don't even realize that you are the edification of beauty. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are beautiful, man. And Esau want to change that perception. Don't switch up what you got. Don't take their identities. Don't wear their hair and their eyelashes. But they worshipped you, your appearance and your looks and your physique. Not saying that you should be worshipped, because the only person who should worship is the Most High. I'm just saying your beauty is still there.
Right.
Reclaim our glory.
Yeah.
Salaki, Adawan. You right on point with that. And I think to answer your question, I know exactly how they did it because nothing new is under the sun.
That's right.
I would say they did the same thing during the time of the Greeks, which ironically these same crackers ruling us today. Yeah, so I got the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 48. It says, "And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images." So part of them coming back into power and taking us out of our power was them being able to paint over our faces and make make themselves the standard of beauty during the Renaissance. So now hair and pale and fairer skin or lighter skin is now the standard of beauty, as opposed to the black of the berry, the sweet of the juice.
Yep.
That's right. Bring that up.
Trying to find you one more line in here because it was beautiful. Somebody quoted this. And oh, there it is. I found it. Oh, okay. This is my last one. I'm gonna leave y'all alone on this one. Y'all ready for this? Hey, Hershey Official, you ready for this? Marcus, you ready for this? Rick Ruger, you ready for this? Check this out. Salaki. I know y'all want to go to bed and everything, but I just want to leave y'all with something to make you feel good, okay? I want y'all to think about this. And I want all those naysayers out there, all those haters, all those people trying to say white is all this, nah. Check this out. For all those who's black, who brown, who has the color of earth in your flesh. In fact, I'm not even going to read you all the rest of this. I'm going to read you the most important. It says, in fact, there were even saying in Proverbs in favor of black people. An old English saying was, to see a black man, the first thing on waking up in the morning is an omen of good luck. I'm done. You go outside, the first thing you see a black man walking down the street with a chain on, he feeling good, his mouth with a grill, and they're like, oh, it's a good day today. Because I seen a black man. All praises to God.
All praises.
Because I'm looking at this. Y'all out of control, man. You think I'm gonna apologize for my answer for that? For all that you guys? Nah, bro. You will be bowing down kissing my feet. You see what I'm saying? Because when that day comes, I'm telling y'all, ooh, when you get them to get down and lick the dust off your boot, right? Because they gotta get ready. They're gonna have no knee pads. I'm not gonna let them stretch.
None of that.
None. You see what I'm saying? They said an omen. It was a good thing.
Hey, we gonna get Slocky. We gonna get back to that in the kingdom, man. Once they see us come through, you know what I'm saying? We gonna see our royalty. You know what I'm saying? Right, and especially when we ruling in righteousness. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're gonna be blessed to be able to see us come through. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because you know what? We gonna have our leaves are gonna be for the healing of the nations, man. We gonna have that pure doctrine that we gonna be issuing out. You know what I'm saying? They can't wait to hear that. And you know what? If they don't hear that, you know what else that happens to them? They get put to death. They get no rain.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? They get no water on their land, man. You know what I'm saying? They gotta go through hell if they don't follow the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, man. You know what I'm saying? If they don't recognize what the scriptures say, don't the scriptures say that we are gods?
That's right.
Right.
And they gonna recognize that in the end of days, man. Nature knows no color line. Yo, I think you just brought out the whole lesson for the day. Hey, brother Israel, like, you know what, let's just move in the spirit, and I feel him, man. And I know Adawan Yakum Yah gotta get ready to jump off because I don't think we're gonna get into all that lesson.
I'll stay on.
You want to go into the lesson?
It's up to you.
Israel, man, you know I'm always with it.
Hey, I'm with it. Whatever y'all want to do.
Hey, all praise to the Most High. We're gonna be in for another hour.
Pocket, brother.
It never ends.
I'm finna jump. I gotta wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning to work.
God.
Hey, see that's your show. That's your soldier, Adawan.
Hey, listen, I still be watching till I go to sleep.
Hey, all praises, all praise. Yo, I appreciate you coming on, bro.
Hey, I'm honored and humbled that y'all had me on here. Hey, shalom, bro. My shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom.
How about some y'all shabrakatah?
How about Shimmy al Shabrakatah?
Yeah, about Shimmy. Hey, y'all, check this out. Because I know he's going to go into this lesson. This is another reason why I was showing this book, because this guy used a lot of scriptures when he had brought out this book on the holiday hustle. And you know how we like to bring out stuff from Deuteronomy, right? In 28, the different curses. And it's like people keep thinking that we want to twist scriptures, right? And people trying to say, oh, you're just doing it trying to make it fit you and everything. All right. Right here in this book, in this chapter, I'm under the only thing this is a holiday under this title is chapter 4, the holiday hustle. What does it benefit the black community, right? He brought out this precept. Therefore, shalt thou serve thy enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and want of all things. He said, Deuteronomy 28 and 48. So then he showed a picture of the people in the United States, right? What we always do. We always go in shopping, right? So then the man, he brings this out. In nakedness. Nordstrom. Right? I don't know if y'all are able to see that, but I'll read it to you. Retail found on John Nordstrom. Right? Then it breaks down all that he sells. And then it has in the next page. In hunger. Whole Food. Food Lion. You got the people who's in charge. It's your enemy. They're the ones who run this stuff.
Wow.
It says in thirst, Deer Park. What is that? Aquafina. The ones who's in charge of it. The one who owned it. Okay? And in one of all things, Walmart. It says blacks along with Latinos spent up to $1.5 trillion yearly in white American-owned businesses.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? But people keep trying to say like, oh, it's us twisting and reshaping. That's why it's important to get in some of these other books so you can see how much other stuff makes sense. Ye shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to them. He brought out Deuteronomy 28, 44. Look at that. Citibank. See what I'm saying? They own the banks. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why it's so important to get in these books. Come on, man. Israel.
So
we gotta wake up. I'm done. I just had to bring it
I don't know if y'all seen that movie, The Banker.
I haven't seen it yet. I've been wanting to.
Samuel Jackson.
Oh,
and that one other brother, he played in like them Marvel movies. But anyway,
he played Michael B. Jordan.
No,
not Michael B. Jordan. The dude who played Falcon.
Right.
Oh, that guy. Oh, okay.
So, and the movie is supposed to be based on a true story. So it was about these two brothers that end up going down into Texas, and this is back in the day when you still got segregation and everything else going on. But these two brothers buy this bank, but they had a white boy to pose as he was really the owner. And so they buy a bank, and they actually end up buying two banks. But when them white folks end up catching wind that some niggas, excuse my language, but some brothers own the banks, that's when they start putting all them laws together to really make sure that a bank can never be owned by a brother again. They sent both the brothers to jail. The white dude that was part of it ended up getting off. Now they didn't break no law. No law was broke at all. But it's just a fact that they was upset that two brothers owned banks that white people had their money in. And they made sure that that'll never happen again with the law that they enacted from it. That's
what they do, man. They rather change laws and anything to benefit them. Where the brother go? He's right. You still in? That's why it's so important, man, for us to build up our nation, man.
That's right.
Because hey, listen, we under the curses, right? You know what I mean? Because if we was blessed, we'd be lending. You know what I'm saying? But since we under the curses, You know what I'm saying? They the ones that gotta lend to us. They the one that commit usury on us.
Right.
But they supposed to be the people, though, right?
They supposed to be the people, but they doing usury
And breaking every
on
commandment out there.
their own people. They got the biggest gay parade in the world. You know what I'm saying? We gotta come into rulership, man. We gotta come into rulership. We gotta stop all that nonsense, man.
For real.
Damn homeless walking down the streets. You know, sodomites. We brought it out last week. The damn pedophiles wanting to be included and have rights. Come on, man. We gotta kill that noise, man.
It's gonna be
That's
much
what I'm
worse
saying.
than it was in Sodom and Gomorrah. You wish you would have been back in Sodom and Gomorrah for what's going to happen in this place.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I think it was so with all that being said, what was the lesson he's going to bring out?
Oh, about nation building and the 2 greatest commandments. Basically,
that's a love, man.
That's a what?
That's love. That's that love right there, man. We gotta have that love, and I think that's what's so dope when he gonna bring that out. And like you said, everyone's talking about that coming together, like the Marshal Yasharala. He's gonna bring out that lesson. You got people even in the group chat who's constantly following us, listening, being edified, who turn around and edify someone else. Reach out and touch someone. As we used to say back in the day, pay it forward. Let's pay it forward to someone else who don't know. Let's share this information with everyone. Everybody worried about, being in too many books and everything. That's the whole point. We don't read enough damn books.
That's right.
You're not reading enough books so you can learn and understand what's going on out there. Because people trying to hide everything. That's not what the whitewashing worked, because they changed everything in the books, and then they told you a lie on top of that. So then you were like, what the hell am I supposed to be there reading? Oh, nothing. I'm supposed to be reading the back of a CD, a DVD player. That's what most of the kids get their reading from. Hell, at least I read comic books. Kids ain't even reading books. You know what I'm saying? You're reading the story that's coming across the line on the PlayStation. That's about it. But to build this nation up, and you guys are doing a hell of a job. That's why you got this platform. You guys are doing your work. You're putting that brick in. Everyone's doing something to help the next one out. That's what it's all about. It's not team me. It's a team us. We got to build it. So when he bringing this lesson, everybody take notes and just listen. This man about to drop some wisdom. We don't have gray hair in our beards for nothing. You see what I'm saying? He got more gray than me. So he's about to drop something heavy on you. So I'm gonna sit back. And I'm gonna get me some popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Because he's about to hand it to you. You see what I'm saying?
He thought he talking about. I don't want
you guys sit back and relax and watch the show, because I'm telling you something. When you listen to someone who's been there and done that, and they speak, man, y'all better take some notes, bro. This is love.
I don't want. It's Brian bringing it out. Not I don't want Yakim Yah.
No, he gonna bring it out too. Yakima got all kinds of stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he do. He got a world plethora of experience.
So in this one right here, with the smooth baby face right there.
Oh nah.
Bring it out, baby.
Y'all be trying to climb on my house.
Hell no. Shit. You going more than a little bit. Man, bring that word out, man. We ready for you. I'm gonna go on mute.
All praises.
Do y'all thing.
Hey, stay out there just in case you got a precept out of one.
Con.
So where you want to start at? You want to start on your video, or you want to start someplace else?
Let's start with Matthew chapter 22 and verse 38.
Published an interesting op-ed a few days ago.
The book of Matthew chapter 22, verse 38. This is the first and great commandment.
Oh no, start at verse 37. Slakia.
Verse 37. Yahweh said unto him, thou shalt love the Yahweh thy power with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment.
Keep going.
And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
Salakia. All right, so basically, the Christian church, for instance, they always go to these two commandments and say, we don't have the law no more. We got these two commandments now. All right. But what they fail to realize is these same two commandments is in the Old Testament. We're gonna get off into that later. Let's go ahead and pull that video real quick.
Y'all. Can y'all see it?
Washington Times published an interesting op-ed a few days ago. It's a list of conditions, criteria that, in author L. Todd Wood's words, will be used to destroy society. He said, quote, if I want to destroy an enemy society and I had a long-term focus, I wanted to do it.
I noticed he said he's reading something where somebody tried to describe how to destroy a society. All right. Now, this man is talking about, he's basically referring to this society, America. All right. But what they fail to realize is what they're saying is this, most of everything that they're saying is basically pertaining to what they did to us and what they're doing to us. All right. So I'm going to give you precepts on almost all the steps that he give to show you that this, what they're worried about is what they did to us. They're worried about the same thing that they did to us. All right. Let's go ahead and continue.
You know, stealth and effectively, I would make the society destroy itself, and I take away the ability for it to defend itself. So I would do the following.
Go back.
Step one.
Okay. You go back a little bit.
Itself. So I would do the following. Step one.
Just a little bit more.
Effectively, I would make the society destroy itself, and I take away the ability for it to defend itself. So
that's what you want?
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
We keep playing or?
Con, that's good. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, Con.
Okay. Con, you can keep playing.
Oh, okay. Salakia.
I would do the following. Step one, I would destroy the religious ideals that brought the country together and held it together, allowing it to thrive and be exceptional. In short,
stop right there.
In the West.
All right, so he just said for step one, he would destroy the religious ideals that this country has that brought them together. All right. Now, we don't have a religion. We have a heritage. All right. But what he's referring to is their faith, their God, or whatever else. All right. So for step one, check this out. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 28 and 64.
Hey, Salakia, why y'all getting that? We got to understand when we dealing with religion, I don't want y'all all teaching this all the time. Religion means discipline.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And our discipline is the law, statutes, and commandments. And that's what they seek to destroy when they come down to see, they look at it as religion and they practice their religion as a falsity. It's fake. You know what I'm saying? Because they have no real God. You know what I'm saying? But our religion is based on these laws, statutes, and commandments. It's our discipline. It leads us on a path so we wouldn't go to the left or to the right. We have to understand that. We have to get to the true meaning behind the word religion, not how the church does, not how the Islam does, but how we should do from our heritage and our customs, which is following the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. That's our discipline. That truly is our religion.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 64. And Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people, from one end of the earth even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Salaki. So basically, what he mentioned in the video was getting rid of, as Adawan said, the discipline that brought those people together. And that's the same thing that they did to us. That's a curse that we got on us. We were scattered into other nations, and they got rid of our discipline, our God, from our thoughts. They got rid of our God. All right, let's continue with the video.
I kind of want to go into second Esdras. Are you going to bring that out?
Come, bring it.
Second Esdras 6. Let's say 6 and 6. It says, neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient feasts, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew. Hey, this is taken away from our heritage right here. When we went through with the Greek captivity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, trying to think where the other one is. But we could play that video. I don't want y'all. Akarab, you still on? You still on?
Yeah, I'm right.
Hey, what's that other precept? And I think it's First Maccabees. That he made it so we wouldn't follow our law.
I'm trying to figure out which one you talking about.
It's a few. Let me bring that up. I don't want to always bring that out. That's why I asked him. I maybe have to look through all these pages to find it. Well, I'll play the video and I can find it in a minute.
Come on.
Christianity. 2, I would destroy the family, the fabric of society. I would tear apart the nuclear family that produced stable children, future contributors to the nation's wealth and power. A society that does not reproduce.
All right. He said the verse, the second step. Let's get Deuteronomy 28 and 32.
The book of Deuteronomy 28, verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand.
Salakia. All right, so basically one thing he just mentioned was basically stopping the reproduction of these people, or productive reproducing. You see what I'm saying? That's what they did to us. That's a curse on us. Well, right now, what he's doing in this video, he's complaining about what's going on in this society. The tables are turning. You see what I'm saying? And this is a curse that's been on us, but it's going in reverse. All right, let's get Deuteronomy 28 and 23 as well.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 23. And thy heaven is over thy head, Slakia, and thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron.
Come. See, that's another way they're trying to prevent us from reproducing. They're locking up all the brothers. You see what I'm saying? When you get rid of the king out of the household, then that's when the household fails. You see what I'm saying? So that's another way they're trying to keep us from reproducing and making more children. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let's go to let me see. Go to Exodus. Let's see. I think it's Exodus chapter 1, verse 10. This is the same problem they had with us back in Egypt. Exodus chapter 1, verse 10.
The book of Exodus chapter 1, verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out of any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Come, they had the same problem with us back then that they got with us now. We got abortion clinics on every corner. They putting stuff in our food. They locking up the brothers. They turning our sisters in the holes. You see what I'm saying? They doing the same thing they was doing back then. These same things.
Bring it out.
Let's continue with the video, Ottawa.
Is a dying society. 3, I would promote the concept of toxic masculinity and extremist feminism. What better way to make a society less masculine, less able to field a strong military? In short, I would feminize the male population, making it less effective in battle.
Slacky.
I know that. I know you got to talk about that.
See, basically, what we just read, Deuteronomy 28 and 23, talking about all the brothers are gonna get locked up. That's another way that they doing it like that. You see what I'm saying? They're locking up all the brothers, turning the brothers into sissies. You get what I'm saying? Then when these niggas get up out of prison, either they don't want a woman, or they bring in whatever disease they done caught up in there to their women. You see what I'm saying? And they keeping these brothers just. I heard a brother say this the other day. He said, it's more of our brothers locked up now than it was us in slavery, back in slavery days. You get what I'm saying? So they turned our brothers into sissies and our women into what you want to call them, whatever you call it, where they dealing with each other. To also prevent, to feminize the male and prevent the family from reproducing. You see what I'm saying? I think I got, let's see, let's go to Revelation 11 and 8.
And for like, this sounds like an upgraded version of How to Make a Slave. Let's Make a Slave from the
Lynch letter.
Yeah, it's kind of like the upgraded version of it. That's all it is.
Book of Revelations, chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
What it said is called Sodom and Egypt. What we know Sodom for? What he said they trying to turn us into, feminize our brothers. You see what I'm saying? Forget them. That's what they about anyway. They trying to make us that way, and they say people born that way. That trait don't belong in us. That trait ain't in us. That's a trait that our people done seen them do. That's not in us.
That's right.
All right, let's continue with the video, Ottawa.
Hey, Shalakia, because you was talking about us being locked up and in prisons. Book of Isaiah, chapter 42 and verse 22 says, "But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes. They are hid in prison houses. They are a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore." And that's what they doing to us, man. They locking us up in prison houses. They destroying our future in this society with felonies and with convictions at a young age. You know what I'm saying? Some states make it easy for you to expunge your felony. You know, I come from a state where they don't make it easy at all. Matter of fact, they don't even have an expungement. You get a felony on your record, it's on your record forever. You know what I'm saying? It's things you do, but it's on your record forever. You gotta every time you file a job application, you gotta explain what happened. It don't matter if it was 20, 30 years ago. You always gotta explain what happened. Like they always trying to put you in a hole in a snare, you know? Especially early on when sometimes you're just trying to feed your family. Not saying it is right, but you might not have understood the truth at that time. And you trying to find a way to survive and make your way in this world. You done mess up your life for your future.
And God, Salaki, I'm gonna bring up Romans 1 and 24. Because it's the same thing. Even though our people do be going off, a lot of times, hey, all he did was just help him. Because we do things, we do mess up a lot. A lot of times we do mess up on our own.
Yeah, we do.
They help us, you know. We do be messing up. But
it be systematic too.
Yeah. But this is why. Romans 1:24. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves. So they throw us in prisons and everything, but at the same time, yo, man, you know you ain't doing right. You ain't got to do all that when you was inside. You don't have to. No, you ain't. Nope. No, I don't give a damn. You ain't no excuse for that.
Salaki also basically what was all this that's being spoken of in Psalms 64:5. It says they encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privately. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them and the heart is deep. They sitting around plotting. They just sit up and plot on us because they know who we are. You see what I'm saying? They know who we are.
That's the tumult.
Come.
What was done back then is done now. There's nothing new in the sun. They still make tumults against us. Hey, that's why they know their kingdom's coming down. That's why they still, the think tank, they still got people out there that say, look, we got to keep, hey, we losing the grip. We got to come up with something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's why they're going to keep coming up with more and more stuff to keep you more and more in sin, and more wickedness. That's why they keep throwing stuff at you, not only for confusion, but to really keep you guys like being stupid as hell out there. And they got people wearing bodysuits that look like a black person and go around shooting each other in other gangs so they can go around and start shooting back at each other and stuff. Come on, man. We seen the purge. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to bring the purge out. But the real purge is coming through Yahweh. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You can continue the video, Adawan.
I would destroy the education system. I'd plant Marxist professors throughout the university system, teaching new generations nothing about American history, but filling their heads full of communist nonsense and propaganda. They would know nothing of Washington, Lincoln, or Jefferson, but they would know.
Stop right there, Adawan. All right. So what he just said was basically, because he talking about America, he said basically to stop. They would. To destroy a company, a nation, they would false indoctrinate people in so many words. Basically, put bad teachers in these different communities. All right, let's get Deuteronomy 28 and 48.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemy, which Yahweh shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. He shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
All right. So if they putting, like in our communities, if they putting teachers that's teaching us, that's teaching our kids wrong, or pastors that's falsely indoctrinating our people, what do you call that? That's that yoke. That's that yoke. Until we got destroyed, our people so destroyed they don't even hear. They don't even know the truth when they hear it. We tell our people we the greatest people on this earth. They don't want to hear that.
They don't believe it.
They still want to hold hands with their oppressor.
That's right.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? We so doggone destroyed, but see, that's what he said. If you want to destroy a nation, you'll falsely indoctrinate people. And that's what they've been doing to us, and we done fell for the okie doke.
That's right.
Continue with the video.
Hey, Salakia, up in New York, you know, you got and other places too. Adawan, Kanal can testify to this. You got whole school districts ran by them people. You know what I'm saying? The chief house of Esau. don't even want to give them credit by saying their name right now. You know, you got whole school districts ran by them, and they set the curriculum. You know what I'm saying? On what should be taught or what can be taught to your kids. You know, they took the government then took the Bible out of the schools, so you can't learn what's in it. And if you do decide to be a pastor, you got to go to what's the name of that school you got to go to?
Seminary.
Seminary school. You know what I'm saying? To be indoctrinated with their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You have to learn. If you want to get anywhere being a preacher or a pastor, you have to go to seminary. You go get your doctorate or whatever, and it's all teaching you Esau's knowledge on your Bible, on your scriptures. It shouldn't even belong to them. How are they telling you what the Bible is saying when it wasn't even given to them? You know what I'm saying? Like, man,
Salakia, that's that false indoctrination. That's that false indoctrination. They got to force their way in there. They got to make sure they put their foot in that door to keep you from closing it, blocking them out. Because even though Scripture tells us that Yahweh Shai is a black man, how you gonna show us a picture of somebody that look totally different?
That's
even though you can look and read, and I don't know how many times they probably done read this scripture, but look at this picture and won't think nothing's crazy going on. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Hey,
We destroy it, man.
Shalakia, one more point I gotta bring out. The brother Richard just reminded me. Hey, they want to tell you that you can be whatever you want to be. They want to tell you that a boy can be a woman, or a girl could be a boy, and a boy can like a boy, and a girl can like a girl. They want to bring drag queens into your school and have drag queen reading time. I don't know if we missed what this Edomite said. Toxic masculinity. They don't want you to be a man anymore.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
They want you to, man. And this is part of them teaching you you know what I'm saying, teaching you their ways too. Stop being who you are. Go against the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Be who the devil say you can be, which is anything. You can be anything. You can be a daggone elephant if you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You can go marry a dog. I know you've seen the Esau kissing and marrying dogs.
Yeah.
Y'all seen that before? The woman talking about she can sleep with a dog and the dog will please her and all that other nonsense. Man, and you got women nowadays say that they marry themselves. You know what I'm saying? I'm in a singular relationship and I'm married to myself, or I'm married to the money, or I'm married to my job. My bad. I'm ranting.
Romans 1:26 states, for this cause God gave them up unto vile affection. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving them in themselves the recompense of their error, which was meat. See, that goes along with what Brother Israel is bringing out in this particular segment of the video. That we starting to succumb to these affections, and the Most High is turning our minds over there to it, and we condemning ourselves. We're definitely condemning ourselves. We got to come out of that, Israel.
That's
right. Like it. See, to be honest with you, it's like they really didn't start promoting this male feminine agenda for real until like the past, let's say 50, 60 years. All right. To me, it's like a last resort. It's like a last resort almost. They've been doing this, but why we just not hearing about it? This is it. This is the last resort. The devil trying anything and everything he can. You see what I'm saying? They bring COVID-19. Now it's supposed to be another wave of COVID-19. Now it's supposed to be a West Nile. Now it's supposed to be this, and now they trying everything they can. That's them snares. That's them snares they talking. The scripture was talking about. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
They desperate right now. They see us waking up. They know what time it is. They see us waking up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They not ignorant to all the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? They're not ignorant to all the scriptures. They know we waking up. They know it's about to be a wrap, Jack.
Hey,
what I'm saying.
Salakia. Okay.
They trying everything they possibly can, but it's about to be over with.
Salakia. And that's one thing that I was thinking about with like the whole Nick Cannon thing, and also too, you got certain of these celebrities that's coming out and they're saying stuff, right? But I really think that their agents, they've been put up to do that, so that when they do something like start, backsliding like this fool Nick Cannon did, and now he on with these Jewish people, calling them his brothers and talking about, oh, we got to get rid of hate and all that other stuff, is to kind of try to throw water on the flames that's already going. Because like you said, we're waking up, and we're waking up more and more and more and more every day. And they know what time it is. And so they get these puppets like Nick Cannon to go out and say something, and then be like, oh no, I didn't mean it, and and then they start backstepping. Even like what's the other boy name? The football player.
Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson. He the same thing. Oh, I didn't really mean, to say that. No, why don't y'all get they won't get a brother up there who know the scriptures to and try to confront him about it, because they know that we'll eat them up with them scriptures and really wake people up and make people start saying, damn, you know what he's saying is right. But they get these other Negroes up there that really don't know, probably just seen a video here or there, kind of feeling themselves a little bit, but ain't keeping no laws, ain't keeping none of the commandments. Right? I mean, you look at Nick Cannon, he say, oh yeah, we the people, but all right, where your beard at? You're not even trying to keep none of the commandments. So it's like, once you wake up to knowing that, okay, this is who we are, man, there's a duty that comes with that too. You can't just still be out here living like everybody else. We become a new creation. All them old things pass away. You know what I'm saying? And all things become new. Our minds is liberated. You was talking about that yoke. You know what I'm saying? We get that yoke up off us. We liberated. We know now, oh, this book is about us. This book is our people, right? This is our laws that we supposed to keep, how we supposed to live our lives. But these Negroes ain't doing that.
That's right.
Hey, man. I look. I don't want to dwell on that Nick Cannon part, but I look at it, man. As our motto says, man, our prayer and heart desire is for them to be saved, man. My prayer and heart desire is for them to wake up. See, people look at it like, people they're sellouts, and maybe they are. You know what I'm saying? But Yahweh Shah said it, man. It's harder for a camel to go through the eye of a needle from the rich man.
That's right. God.
The money has become these people's gods. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to read this thing real quick about what you was just bringing out about the homosexuals in school and teaching of our kids. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Democrat, signed legislation ensuring state schools teach the role and contributions of the LGBT people in America history. Pritzker signed off a House Bill 346, which was recently passed by State House earlier this year on Friday. The law requires all schools in the states to include the role and contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people in the history of this country and this state. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they talking about purchasing textbooks, so they're gonna be creating books incorporating these homosexuals and sodomites and probably pedophiles into the school history, into the country moving forward.
What they say, these are tricks of the enemy.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, you want to keep on with this video?
Con.
5, I would divide the races. What better way and what better method of dividing and conquering than to foster a race war, filling minorities' heads full of lies of pre-police brutality and developing a culture of hate towards law enforcement. 6, I would...
Stop right down. All right. Now, he said to bring down the nation of America, Babylon, you would divide the races. I don't want. Let's get Isaiah 13 and 14, because that's how it's supposed to be, really. But we're gonna get off into this hymn.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 14. And it shall be as the chased roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land.
Verse 15.
Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword.
So basically, he's saying to destroy Babylon, you got to separate the people, right? Which is how it's supposed to be anyway, because that's the original Babylon. They try to bring everybody together, but we are a holy people, separate from everybody else. You see what I'm saying? So it's gonna happen anyway. That's all those people that's trying to hold on to their oppressor. It's gonna happen anyway. Everybody gonna go on to their own people. So then what you gonna do? When your friends that are of your oppressor's race go on to their own people, what you gonna do? That means they going to their people against you. That's what that means. And what it says in verse 15 says, everyone that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. You keep holding your oppressor's hand, you're gonna die with your oppressor.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? All right, let's get Deuteronomy 30.
Precept. Proverbs 11 and 21. Though hand join in hand, the wicked should not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
And let's get Deuteronomy 32 and 8.
Hey, it's like, you know, when I hear that though, when I hear him say that though, I think more on the lines of them separating our people. They don't look at us as the same people, the Native Americans and the so-called blacks, or the South Americans and the Cubans and the Dominicans, and just the Dominicans and the Haitians alone. You know, they fight and kill each other. Like, you know, they try to. When I was growing up, you know, the Jamaicans came into my town deep early on. You know what I'm saying? And it was always a rift. It was always a rift between us. You know what I'm saying? Some of us was cool with one another, but it was always a small divide. You know what I'm saying? They always want, I'm Jamaicans and I'm American blacks, and so we all separate instead of being one people and one nation.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32, verse 8. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
We already know we are supposed to be separated from everybody else. Everything that we read and everything that we hear this man say on this video is talking about how to destroy a nation. And these basically emulate the curses that we're under, because right now we are a destroyed nation. All right, so if we do the opposite of what's being said right now, which is keep the commandments, you see what I'm saying? It makes us a strong nation. All right. All these curses are basically signs that you have a destroyed nation. And he going down reading number by number how to destroy a nation. And it sounds just like our curses.
That's right.
Sounds just like our curses.
Bring it out.
let's get let's go through the video out of one. He on number 6, I think.
Corrupt the federal government. I'd fill the intelligence and security services with traitors to the nation's founding. When any political figure arose that threatened my diabolical agenda, I would use these corrupt agencies to target and frame any rising star who loved America, even if he was a duly elected president of the United States. 7, I would take away the population's meanings,
All right, you good. So right there in number 6, he said, basically use your own people, give your own people some type of authority, but use their authority against you. All right, let's go to Matthew chapter 5 verse 20. We know who the people back then, when we was in our land, was who our own people were. That was our enemy, or not all of them, but some of them. Put like this. So let's get Matthew 5 and 20.
God, the book of Matthew chapter 5 and verse 20. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven.
The scribes and Pharisees were our own people. Our own people that was against the Hamashiach Yahushua.
That's right.
The greatest man that ever walked this earth. The son of the Most High. These were our people. You see what I'm saying? They were the enforcers of the law, but these were our people. This is what he's talking about. He would give our people, he would take people from amongst our people and give them a certain status and use their status against us. Just like they back in slavery days when they used to get one of our brothers to whoop another brother instead of them doing it themselves. Same thing. Same thing. This devil, boy, this devil something else, boy.
Salaki. That also goes with what's happening in the churches today. Are the Pharisees and the scribes, especially in the black church, they lead people astray. The blind lead the blind; they both shall fall in the ditch.
Use our people against us.
Exactly.
All right.
Hey, dang! I don't even. All right, go. Come on. You ready?
Yes, sir.
7, I would take away the population's means to defend itself, meaning I would take away their guns. The fear of an armed population would stop any invasion. I'd have to get rid of this problem.
Is it more now or right there?
You can stop right there. Let's get Deuteronomy 28 and 25.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 25. Yahweh shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shalt be removed into all kingdoms of the earth.
See, they trying to prevent this from happening. Where they trying to keep it this way and prevent us from being able to take them over. So they strip us of our weapons. You see what I'm saying? That's just one thing. They feminize the brothers. They get rid of the man out of the household. You see what I'm saying? Turn the women into harlots. Take away our weapons. They trying to make sure that they got the upper hand at all times. If we feel like we want to jump stupid, they want to make sure, look, we got them. We don't want them doing nothing. All right, that's just an example of what he just saying. All right, let's continue with the video out of one. Unless y'all got something.
Means to defend itself, meaning I would take away their guns. The fear of an armed population would stop any invasion. I'd have to get rid of this problem. 8, I would destroy self-reliance and ingenuity by making over half of the population dependent on the government, unable to take care of themselves. 9, I would use big tech.
All right, we're going to go right back to Deuteronomy 28 and 48.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which Yahweh shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
So basically, what that scripture is saying, like what the man just said was, he will make the people of the nation dependent on the government. Don't that sound familiar? Don't that sound like food stamps, welfare? Don't it sound like Section 8? Didn't that curse just say we're gonna depend on our oppressors for everything?
Medicare, Medicaid,
everything. We go to them for everything. We destroy that. That says if you go into your oppressor, what that scripture is saying, if you go into your oppressor for everything, you destroy. Because we ain't got no self-ingenuity. We ain't doing nothing ourselves. We ain't trying to depend on ourselves. We going to them. You see what I'm saying? We ain't coming. What the commandment say? Love thy neighbor as thyself, the children of thy people.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? If we love each other as ourselves, when we see a brother down low, we gonna pick him up. Because that's our people. If I see I got a little something over here, my brother need it. Hey, bro, look, let me help you out. You know what I'm saying? Because you my brother. I got you. That builds strength within us. You see what I'm saying? But everybody else got that but us. Everybody else take care of one another but us. And our people don't even find that funny. Let's continue on with the video. I don't want to let y'all got some.
To take care of themselves. 9, I would use big tech to completely remove any viewpoint or ideas that were associated with the old America. I would ban them from the internet. Heck, I'd take over the internet. I'd work with tyrannical powers all over the world to develop internet censorship to eventually prevent any opposing views to be heard by anyone. 10.
Remember what we was talking about? I don't want that right there. How they trying to get rid of all our channels. You know what I'm saying? They trying to block everything that we saying. They don't want this word to get out. You know, when a celebrity open their mouth about Israelite anything, they ready to hang them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The precept I had for that was 2 Maccabees 6 in verse 1. You had brought that out already, but that's basically talking about the same thing. They trying to block. You better not say you a Jew. You better not say you anything other than Black or African American. And we ain't finna help you promote it.
The book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 1. Not long after this king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers and not to live after the laws of God.
Salakim. The authority compelled our people not to live of the laws of our fathers and of our God. The authority did, and that's what he talking about. The authority, how they prevent us from living according, how they compel us from living according to the laws. Every time you see a food commercial, you see bacon.
That's right.
Every time you go to, you can't go to the store without a heifer with some shorts all up on her behind. You see what I'm saying? You can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere and see righteousness at all. Period.
Shalakia. Yo, why when I go to the supermarket and look for lamb is surrounded by pork?
That's right.
What's up? Am I the only one?
No,
is there pork all around the lamb?
Salakia. And pork is in almost everything.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. It was a brother that was talking about the brush, how they be making them brushes with the boar's hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You can't get away from it, bro. They want to make sure at everywhere you turn, you messing up, because they know if we keep. Matter of fact, let's get Judas chapter 5 verse 20. This is why they do that. They want to keep us under their thumb. They know if we sinning, if we transgressing the law, we stay in the same position. But prophecy will be fulfilled. You ain't stopping nothing, Esau. You ain't stopping nothing. This is just a minus. What's the other one?
What book you said, Judge?
Oh, Judith chapter 5, verse 20.
Oh, Judith. Okay, come.
I got a precept when you're done with that.
Go ahead with the precept.
Let me bring the precept out first.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what I was looking for earlier. I don't want Akara showed it to me. I don't know why I couldn't find it. I know this precept. This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 1, and I'm gonna start at verse 44. It says, "For the king has sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days, and pollute the sanctuary and holy people, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh, unclean beasts, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised, and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanliness and profanation, to the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. And whosoever should not do according to the commandments of the king, he said he should die." So this is what they trying to do, man. They don't want us to be who we are. Even dealing with the internet, they don't want us to be who we are. They just twerking on the internet, shaking and exposing and holding stacks of money to our ears and calling each other niggas and hoes and
that's right.
You know, female our sisters, female dogs. You never get banned for that.
Never.
Like you don't get banned on Facebook for that. But as soon as you start addressing who you are and start dealing in righteousness and start telling them who they are, here comes the Caesar in his shutdown.
That's right.
They're gonna put you in Facebook jail for 30 days for a week. You know what I'm saying?
Check this. Salakia. Why is it funny? Why does it seem so funny? Like you said, I won't get banned off of no site, nowhere, if I call another one of my brothers a nigga, a sister, a bitch. If I can call my brother or my sister anything I want to them, that's entertainment. But tell them they not the real Jew.
That's right.
You ain't saying nothing but, hey, this is who I am. And your ancestors lied to you. But we get banned. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
But we can call our brother and our sister anything under the sun. Oh, that's entertainment right there. They ain't going nowhere. They let you know who's in rulership.
Salakia. And they promote it. They're promoted every day, all day in the music. You notice you don't see no more what they used to call conscious rap. That's not all no more. Now you got trap music. I don't even pay no attention to that. A lot of this stuff that's out, but that's what they push. You can say kill a nigga all day long, and they never say nothing as long as we talking about ourselves.
That's right.
I'm talking about selling dope on the block. That's fine, no problem. Rick Ross had a whole song where he talking about dropping a molly off in a chick drink and basically raping her. No problem.
These niggas ignorant.
Say I'm the real Jew, and they fake, like you said. Then they want to shut us down. Then it's hate speech. How about all this other hate speech that y'all promote on a daily basis?
That's right.
Hate speech. When you got others talking about picking up AKs and spraying the block, that's some real hate speech. That's a brother hating brother. And teaching another man or gassing another man's head up to go out there and do it. Because he thinks that's the thing to do.
Bring that
Hey,
up.
Shalaka, you forget them teaching their kids, man. They teach their kids to throw up gang signs before they can read. Man.
So
They know the song. They know the words to the rap songs. They don't know the damn ABCs, man. Man, yo, the little girls twerking on the camera next to their mom. Remember that when the dad walked in, the little girl was like, all shocked, looking at her dad, and she ran away.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you teach my daughter when I'm not around. Like this.
That's crazy.
Salakia, what was that scripture you wanted?
Judah chapter 5, verse 20.
Judah chapter 5, verse 20. Now, therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error in this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin, and let us go up.
You have to motivate it.
And shall overcome them.
Come, Salakia. That's how they're trying to keep it. They not crazy. They not crazy. They know if we sinning, that this is our ruin. They know this. They're not crazy. That's why they promote all that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Before the truth, man, I wouldn't get a sandwich unless it had bacon on it. You know what I'm saying? Now, I promise, everywhere you see a sandwich is bacon on it. You got baconators. You got a sandwich with now they got a new sandwich with it's a BLT but stacked with bacon that high. It's just basically everywhere you go, it snares, man. Snares. As soon as you step out the door, it's a snare. You know what I'm saying?
Salakia.
Salakia.
And I was in the grocery store probably about a week ago, and it was this female. She walked in. I know y'all seen them where they had them coverings for like when you're at the beach or whatnot, but it's see-through on everything. This woman might as well been naked.
Man, and that's how they want it.
And like you said, everywhere you look, everywhere you turn, everywhere you go, is they trying to throw us off. They trying to keep us off. That's what they promote.
Salakia. But Psalms 83 sums it up. Psalms 83 and 3, it says, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
That's right.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
That's right.
Come and let us take them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. See, that's the reason why they're doing all this. That's the reason why the commercials are infiltrated with things that's going to throw us off.
That's right.
The reason why we see all this wickedness every day. This crafty counsel to keep us hidden.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. Hey, I gotta say it so we move on. A brother said, and Richard said, eating seafood is at an all-time high too. Like we can't, like we listen. Our people eat pork, but we also love that damn shrimp, crab, lobster, all of them abomination, crustaceans, shellfishes. We gotta keep that in mind too, and let our people know we ain't supposed to be eating that, man. Roaches of the sea, man.
It's
a
lot.
Things that don't have things to scale, we're not supposed to eat
it. Real quick, what's crazy when you say that is if you look at a lot of these Christian churches, what do they have every year? A crab feed. That little crab feed.
Fish fry.
I'll throw it off
That's right.
But check this. When I was going to church, I'm talking about we'll be in church all day long. While we in church, close to the end of service, you smell them cooking downstairs. You got pork chop, you got greens with bacon in it, you got all these other catfish. I'm talking about sitting in church all day long just to transgress when you get through.
They worshiping the wrong God anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Why they say the law done away with, so they can do that.
Yeah. Exactly.
All
You ready
right,
to move on?
let's move on. Yeah.
I would corrupt the nation's leadership with money, finding those who would sell out their country for pieces of silver. I'd make sure that they were strategically placed in powerful positions on all sides. I'd shell out money through the legislature to make sure no laws were passed to oppose my agenda. 11. I would promote the disrespect of the nation.
Yeah. Let's get he just mentioned basically talking about he would get our people to sell us out, to sell out the nation, to sell out the government. All right. Matter of fact, let's get Matthew chapter. First, let's get Matthew. Matter of fact, let's get Matthew 26 and 14.
All right. The book of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 14. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went unto the chief priests and said unto them, what will ye give me? And I will deliver him unto you. And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver.
Basically, what he just say? He said they would get people of our own nation to sell us out for silver. Matter of fact, he said to sell it. He said to sell out the government for silver. See what I'm saying? When did that happen? When our own brother sold the Hamashiach Yahweh out for silver. See what I'm saying? Let's continue on with the video. Unless y'all got some.
I was just looking at it, man. Hey, listen, man. Our pastors, I want to keep it moving, but I gotta bring some stuff out. Our pastors, man, our leaders have been leading us astray. After these ways of these heathens, you know what I'm saying? Telling us to do Christmas, knowing you gotta know. Maybe I'm tripping, maybe they don't know, but you gotta know when it says in what's that, Jeremiah 10?
They know.
Jeremiah 10 and let's read it. Jeremiah 10 and start from 2. Thus says the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workman with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold, and they fasten it with nails, with hammers, and they move it, and that it move not. You gotta know this is talking about Christmas. Like, you gotta know. Like, come on now. What do you think this? Any pastor? What do you think? What do you teach this to your congregation? You don't. You never read this scripture to your congregation. You know what I'm saying? You are leading them astray. It's like you are leading, and this in silver and gold. Given you talking about you pay them off for silver and gold. No, they getting Bugattis and private jets. You know what I'm saying? It's more than silver. They getting diamond encrusted. They getting all types of stuff. Vacation homes and luxury items. This is what they getting to cast away their own people. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah 12 and 10 says, my pastors have destroyed my vineyard. They have trodden down my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion a desolate wilderness. That's what they done, man. Our wicked ass pastors, our wicked ass leaders, man. That's what they done. Jeremiah 23 and 1 says, woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. You know, this is what they done, man. It says, therefore, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings. You're gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? I just had to bring that out, man. I know I'm feeling like Myakiah right now. I got an art with you Christian pastors. That's what the brother Myakiah. Got a problem with y'all. It's a personal thing right now. Nah, but hey, leading our people straight, man, is detrimental to our nation, man. How are we supposed to be building when our older men, our esteemed men, is still in folly? They want to ride down the street in a little drop top coupe, blasting the newest rap song at 60, 70 years old. Like, what are you doing?
Man.
Salaki. That reminds me of Adawan Eliel, y'all, who taught that class on Milk Mondays of dealing with the boule. First Maccabees 1, I'm going to start at verse 11. It says, in those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. And that's pretty much what we see today.
Mm-hmm. That's Salakia. That's what we're doing when we got in the wilderness.
You remember when Trump first got elected and how the black pastors went up there and sat in the Oval Office photo op?
They prayed for him and stuff.
That's exactly what we're doing right here in the scripture.
Good point.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
11. I would promote the disrespect of the nation's symbols. Yes, I would have people kneel during the national anthem. I would burn the flag, tear down statues of the nation's history. I would make sure people hate the very fabric of the nation that gave them such wealth and power. 12.
Salakia. You go to Revelation 2 and 9.
The book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 9. I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
They basically did a switcheroo. He just said he'll make our own people hate ourselves. You see what I'm saying? Hate our nation. You know what I'm saying? And if we call ourselves accepting the fact that somebody that looked nothing like us or our Messiah call themselves us, then we selling ourselves out. We selling our people out. We selling our God out, our Savior out. You see what I'm saying? We saying we hate who we are, but we've been conditioned to be this way. But once you hear this truth, once you get this presented to you, and you still reject it, it's obvious you hate yourself. You don't appreciate the blessing that you got. How you can walk out in the sun and be in the sun all day long, don't get no skin cancer. You see what I'm saying? Your body will heal itself. Everything that's in our body is in the ground. All the nutrients, all the minerals and all that stuff is in our bodies. The Most High created a blessing when he created you. He gave you a blessing. But we hate ourselves. We don't understand this.
That's right.
You can continue with the video, Adawan.
I would find a straw man or a straw country who was also a malicious adversary to America, though much less powerful. And I would focus all the negative energy and recriminations towards this straw man country. In this manner, the targeted nation would be ignorant of my true intentions. He warns in his article, everything I've just written is happening right now
You let it keep going.
Oh, just let it play?
Just let it play to the end.
I gotta figure out where I was at now.
And I would focus all the negative energy and recriminations towards this straw man country. In this manner, the targeted nation would be ignorant of my true intentions. He warns in his article, everything I've just written is happening right now in front of our eyes. It is difficult to disagree with him.
Basically what he's saying is this is happening right now in America. But this is exactly what they did to us.
John Ossoff presented his national security credentials. Ossoff praised the group.
All these curses that we have on us right now and everything they did to us are signs of a destroyed nation. All right. So going back to Matthew chapter 22 and verse 38. I just got a couple more precepts and I ain't gonna hold y'all up all night.
Okay. The book of Matthew, chapter 22, verse 38. This is the first and great commandment, and the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
Salakia, I keep telling you 38. I meant to say 37.
37. Yahweh said unto him, Thou shalt love Yahweh thy power with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind.
Salakia, sorry about that. All right, hold that, and let's go to Leviticus 19. Leviticus, Deuteronomy 6 and 5.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, and verse 5. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
So when we came out of Egypt, the Most High was trying to create a strong nation out of us. He made us get out of Egypt. He didn't tell us to go. He didn't tell Moses to go to Pharaoh and say, look, how about you and the Israelites? Why don't y'all go ahead and serve me? No, he told Moses, look, tell Pharaoh to let my people go so y'all can serve me. Get from amongst them so y'all can serve me. So he tried to make a strong nation out of us. And around that same time, what did it say? In Deuteronomy 6 and 5, he said, serve the Lord, love the Lord our God. The same thing that it said in the New Testament. So that ain't nothing new. Most I've been said that. Christians always tell you, well, we got two commandments now. No, he been said that. When you said, when they tell you the law done away with now, all right. But in the Old Testament, the law wasn't done away with, but the same commandments in the Old Testament. So what you got now? He's trying to build a strong nation out of us. If you love your God and you obey your God, talking to Israel, this is what makes you strong. This is what makes us strong, because he gave us the law. What was that? Right. Let's go back to Matthew 22. So the first commandment in the New Testament, they say, is thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. All right. But we just found that in the Old Testament. Let's go to verse 39.
Verse 39. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Salakia. All right. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and 18.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahweh.
Same thing in the Old Testament that it was in the New Testament. Same exact thing. All right. So if I treat my brother how I want to be treated, will my brother be quick to be my ally? If I treat my brother how I want to be treated, if I need some help, will my brother look out for me? These are attributes of that's all it was from the beginning to the end. These are attributes of building a strong nation. These laws, statutes, and commandments, that's all that do is make the nation strong. That's all it do.
That's right.
So Christians always talking about, well, now we got two commandments. Well, we just showed you in the Old Testament and the New Testament. But what does verse 40 say? Just gonna put the cherry on top.
On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
On these two commandments, envision this. Envision two commandments. These two commandments. Hang all the law. All the law hang from that. So if you ain't got no idols, you showing your God love. If you keeping the Sabbath, you showing your God love. If you don't commit adultery, you loving your neighbor as yourself. If you don't lie to your brother, you loving your neighbor as yourself. If you If you keeping these high holy days, you loving your father and you loving your neighbor as yourself. See what I'm saying? On these two commandments hang the whole law. So pick a law. Because if you try to single these two commandments out without the law, now you guessing on how to love your neighbor as yourself.
That's right.
Now you guessing on how to love your God. Because what it does is, if you want to learn how to love your God or love your neighbor as yourself, you go to the law to figure it out. And what does these laws do? Build a strong nation. We strong when we loving our God, when we keeping the Sabbath, when we treating each other how we want to be treated. That's what makes us strong. You see what I'm saying? It's been this thing. It's been about the same thing since the beginning. So from the beginning to the end, it's about us being a strong nation. That's what these two commandments is about. The whole law.
That's right.
Hey,
praise.
Salakia, I gotta bring out this scripture that the brother Yair brought out. The book of Romans, chapter 13, started verse 8. It says, "Owe no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law." Verse 9. "For this, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet. If there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." You gotta deal with that. Anybody who say it's just too, you gotta deal with that. He's about to get into every law. When it come down to it, you love your brother. You love the Most High first and foremost. You gonna do what's right. You love your brother and you love your sister as yourself, man. Treat them how you want to be treated. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you got to bring out 1 John 5, 2, and 3 also. By this we know that we love the children of God when we love God and keep his commandments. So that's the whole thing of love right there. Keeping the commandments.
That's right.
And verse 3, for this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, is reiterating itself. And his commandments are not grievous. So I just wanted to, I think that was a great lesson. I feel like I had to bring that out.
Hey, I got a precept, Salakia. Based on what you just read, 2 John verse 5. And now I beseech thee, lady, not as though I wrote a new commandment unto thee, but that which we had from the beginning, that we love one another. And this is verse 6. And this is love, that we walk after his commandments. This is the commandment, that as ye have heard from the beginning, ye should walk in it. Same commandments in the Old Testament as it is the New. But all praise to the Most High. Yahweh Hashem Yahweh. Hey, I enjoyed it. You know, hey, and it's been real.
Hey, that was a good lesson, brother. That was a good lesson. Hey, Yahweh, grab Romans 10 and 1 for me. Hey, any announcements? Anything anybody want to say on the show? Listen, we having our usual Friday night class. Call in, talk to us. I'm not really sure who's teaching, but come and fellowship with us tomorrow night, Friday night class. As always, we got the Patreon. We want y'all to subscribe. We got a lot of content on there. Good videos. Matter of fact, I gotta create another video for Adawan. the month is almost here. Hey, brothers be bringing it out, on that Milk Mondays with Adawan Eliel. Make sure y'all watching that. Listen, if you don't get the notification, because I'm noticing that a lot of people are not getting notification. We're on every Thursday at 8 o'clock. Maybe we'll be 5 minutes late at the most, couple minutes late, but 8 o'clock, just expect us to be on. I'm usually configuring everything like around 7:30, so you should see, you can look for me, look for the link and start typing in and conversating with us about 7:30, 7:45. Same thing with I don't want LEL on Milk Mondays. If you're not getting a notification, look for him like about 9:30. This should be an every week thing, you know. Those who enjoying the show, who want to be edified, who's trying to move in the spirit, you know, every week. Let's fellowship. Let's get it in. You know, let's sharpen each other's swords up, man. Anything else from y'all? Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to bring this verse out in that same chapter of 2 John. Go jump down to verse 10. It said, if there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. For he that bideth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deeds. So that goes right back to them pastors that aren't keeping up with this doctrine. They're not bringing this doctrine. It's done been brought out that they teaching us. We don't have to keep them. The laws are done away with. So it said we're not even supposed to bid them Godspeed. That's teaching this our people this foolishness.
That's right.
Bring that out. Get out of here. How about that? Hit the bricks. And shit won't give them Godspeed. Get out of here.
With that scripture that say they greedy dogs. These pastors is greedy dogs. He want Creflo Dollar asked for want everybody to buy him a jet so he can be called.
Creflo nickel.
Did you hear what that nigga said though? Salagi, I'm sorry.
Okay.
He came out of nowhere with that.
Okay.
Isaiah 56 and 11.
I think someone pushed that button.
He said, I gotta ask my people to buy me a plane because I need to go and preach the gospel. He said, and if we find that there's life on Mars too, well, guess what? I'm gonna have to ask my people to buy me a spaceship because they gotta hit the gospel on Mars too.
Wow. Wow.
It's wicked.
This man don't even look in the Old Testament. Tell him in that hush. Tell him sit down. Sit down somewhere.
Isaiah 56 and 10 is right. 10 and 11.
You said Isaiah
56, 10 and 11.
56 and 21.
No, 10 and 11. Isaiah 56, verse 10 and verse 11.
Isaiah chapter 56, verse 10. His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant. They are all dumb dogs. They cannot bark, sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. Yet they are greedy dogs, which can never have enough. And they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain from his quarter. Yeah, they greedy dogs. And it say they cannot understand. They don't understand what they understand what they're doing, but they don't understand. It's like it's crazy. It's almost like you see somebody walking in the middle of the street and they see traffic coming and they still walking. No, I don't know. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I can't understand how nobody want to get down with the truth. I just can't understand it. That blows my mind.
Hey, somebody asked that question earlier. Hey, any more anything else? Anybody want to say something? I don't want Yakum y'all.
Israel, I'm just begging and praying that we all can hear this word and come to this truth and to this knowledge. You got strong young brothers. You got I'm an old brother, but you got brothers all ranges on calls Monday night, Thursday night, Friday night, at camp on Saturday, on the Sabbath, bringing out this word. Please hear this word. Please hear it. Icons right there. But as always, I want to say shalom to all of Israel.
I don't want Akara. You want to say something?
Death to America.
I know that's right. Death to America.
But no, I'm not
praises.
you guys, man. I'm just flipping pages and stuff, man. I'm just showing the haters out there that y'all got to find something to hate on, man. Y'all gotta get your weight up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just showing some stuff in the background. That's all. I got nothing else to say, man. We said enough, man. Everybody else's job now is to study, read, study, show yourself approved. That's all.
Right.
That's right.
Hey, so as always, man, I love to bring the scripture out. Isaiah 61:1. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn. I love that scripture right there. I feel like that's what the Most High is calling, been putting on our spirit. Hey, Yahweh.
Con. It's the book of Romans, chapter 10, and verse 1. Brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved.
Con. Yo, as always, man, I'm Soldier Aharon.
Soldier Yahweh.
Soldier Israel.
Yakum Yah.
Yeah, I'm Captain Icarot.
Hey, and this has been TNT, Thursday Night Thunder. Hey, yo, all praise to the Most High. Shalom, family. Be safe.
Shalom.
Shalom.